But for everybody else, today we have with us Mr. Rajiv Gulati. He has been a mentor of Lloyd Institute, the entire Lloyd Institute Pharmacy and Management Education, and the accolades that he has to his name are beyond the pharmaceutical industry. After his pharmaceutical education, Mr. Gulati did management education from the prestigious Ahmedabad and went on to global platforms leading Eli Lilly and Relaxing to name a few. Is also
thank you for such we started off with the 5 elements. Then Professor Bhavna spoke about another element. I'll add another element, right? The 7th element that we would want to actually have when we have such an event that is knowledge. The 7th element that we can actually invite. And all these elements, if you look at it,
Hello, check. Hello, check.
but yes, they can do a very different level where everyone talks about
Hello,
now knowledge, technologies, and healthcare.
hello.
So I, as previously introduced, I have been in the health tech and the medtech sector for quite some time. And it's been a very great journey to see how India is developing now. And with the new age, AI point, we thought of transforming it in a very different way, where we not only looked at AI as artificial intelligence, which I think most of you do, we thought of leveraging or recalling the word academia and industry AI. What starts with the 7 elements now of knowledge will actually harness your careers to the next level when you become professionals. And as Professor Bhavna said, the young populace looking at professional careers and great to hear that we've got almost like 90 plus achievement in placements. So my aim here was to also talk about a sector that probably is the dwarf sector of the pharmaceutical industry or the healthcare industry, which is the medical devices industry, as we call it, medtech. How many of you technically do know about what medtech is? Any idea? It's just the post-COVID syndrome that everyone knows. Any question, like any answer from this? Anyhow, we go into those by the government of India, but fortunately over the past couple of years, institutions have also taken a lot of interest in this because as per the scale committee report, and I had to do the of scale, which is the standing committee on local value add and professional life sciences, which is under the Ministry of Commerce. By 2035, the medtech industry would require 35 lakh people to be employed. 35 lakh people. And where is this population going to come? And we need them in each and every sphere. It's like a huge spectrum that we require. Like in the pharma sector that you've possibly seen, the kind of job spectrums that you have. In the medtech sector also, there is a huge convergence of jobs that we are now requiring, not only from unskilled to blue collar to white collar jobs that are available. And these 32 lakh people will, as an industry, would require, I would say, the present guidelines before 2035. We will look at kickboxing the global goals of UHC that we're looking at by 2030. The present medtech industry is a $14 billion industry. And as I said, we may be off to the pharmaceutical industry, but by 2030 and possibly by 2047, we will be easily a $150 billion industry. And that's a huge industry that India will be catering to the world. So I was just, while coming here, I was going through a set of professional jobs that we require in the medtech industry. It's a lot of jobs, right from government jobs, which is into the CDS, which is the General Affairs Office, which is MDOs, medical device officers, quality assurance, quality control, manufacturing sector itself. In the field of engineering, you would not believe that we require biomedical engineering, electronic engineering, mechanical engineering, medical physics engineering, life sciences engineering, assistive devices, which is getting a bigger role now. We require engineers in those areas. We require R&D and design experts. We require animal lab, toxicity lab testing experts, sales marketing in any case. The new area that has actually come up with India becoming global and inking a lot of free trade agreements is your entire regulatory and international affairs people. Project managers, each and every site is a project on its own. I have 9 companies with me, 4 in India and 5 overseas. We need project officers in those areas. We need supply chain and logistic experts, incubation specialists, and a large ITI workforce. With this and a couple of more areas, 35 lakh opportunities are standing between now and 2035. We can do these much faster at a better pace and better quality, because when we talk about skill development, when we talk about the area of AI and technology, we require people who understand this. We require people in the medtech sector who understand the minuteness between what healthcare is, what metallurgy is, and how we can actually give the right sense of healthcare to the world. Another thing that talks about is this exceeds the fact that India is not only essential to the world, but we also need a professional population to cater to a lot of disease identifying which the world requires. Today, we look at a brain happening, it happens largely. I'm telling you, we need to not only capitalize on that brain so that it is retained in India, but we also need to look at a brain where we have professionals who have the expertise of the world, the convergence of India as the way in India for the world. When we look at this, we require a large set of people who understand how diplomacy works. So, how do you talk about this so much? On the theme, I think we all know about how AI is going to the next age. Everyone is now sitting at a cusp. Artificial intelligence is absolutely also
इधर से तो कोई बोलेगा तो
not those who would have lived the eras of 80s and 90s and would have entire spectrum would understand how we would have gone through and have been experience of tests and then results.
Everybody, we are about to start in 5 minutes. So request the discipline committee team to please be in their positions now. Discipline committee team to please stay in their positions and everybody to keep their phones on silent mode. Please keep your phones on silent mode.
इसे संजीवनी मंत्र भी कहते हैं। ये अत्यंत प्रभावशाली मंत्र है। इसके उच्चारण से उत्पन्न हुई ध्वनि की कंपन से शरीर के चारों ओर दैविक शक्तियों का सुरक्षा कवच निर्मित होता है। इस मंत्र के नियमित श्रवण व उच्चारण मात्र से अमंगल, दुर्घटना, दुर्भाग्य व विपत्तियां मानव मात्र से कोसों दूर रहती है। ये जीवन में सुख, शांति व समृद्धि लाता है। हम त्रिनेत्रधारी भगवान शिव की आराधना करते हैं, जो सुगंधि के कोश है, जो सभी का पोषण कर वृद्धि प्रदान करते हैं। भगवान शिव से हमारी प्रार्थना है कि वो हमें अमृत्यु के लिए मृत्यु या मर्त्य लोक से मुक्त करे। जैसे कि परिपक्व ककड़ी बिना कष्ट अपने बेल से अलग हो जाती है, ठीक वैसे ही भगवान हमें मृत्यु और पुनर्जन्म के चक्र से मुक्ति दिलाकर मोक्ष की ओर ले जाए। ये महामंत्र मोक्ष प्राप्ति का साधन है।
सर ये माइक आ गया बाहर।
We would request everybody to rise up when the guest arrives. Everybody, please stay attentive. The guests are coming to the hall now. I would request everybody to rise up when the guest arrives. Everybody, please settle down and discipline committee to be in their positions now. I would repeat, mobiles on silent mode, and when the guests arrive, everybody to please rise up. Please rise up. you, everybody. A very good morning to all of you. On behalf of Lloyd Institute of Management and Technology, I, Dr. Shilpa, Professor in the Pharmacy Department, welcome you all to grace the 5th International Conference on Embracing AI in Pharma World, in association with IBM Business Analytics Lab and Indian Pharmaceutical Association, Delhi State Branch. It gives us a great pleasure to extend a warm welcome to our chief guests, guests of eminence, distinguished invitees, speakers, delegates, fellow pharmacists, faculty members, staff, and dear students. This year's theme, Redefining Education, Research and Industry Through Intelligent Innovation, underscores how artificial intelligence is transforming the pharmaceutical landscape. From optimizing clinical trials and accelerating drug discovery to enhancing diagnostics and ensuring patient safety, AI is redefining the very core of healthcare and research. Today, we come together to explore these transformative frontiers and the promise they hold for a smarter, more compassionate future. We are truly honored to have amidst us today our esteemed Chief Guest, Professor D.P. Singh, Education Advisor to the Honorable Chief Minister, Government of Uttar Pradesh, Chancellor, Tata Institute of Social Sciences and former Chairman, UGC, Dr. G.N. Singh, Advisor to the Honorable Chief Minister, Government of Uttar Pradesh and former DCGI, Government of India. We extend a heartfelt welcome to you, sir. We deeply appreciate your gracious presence. So before starting the proceedings of the conference, I would request delegates not to leave in between the program and maintain the decorum. Please switch off your mobile phones and keep them on silent mode. To invoke the blessings of Goddess Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge and wisdom, we will begin the conference with the traditional lighting of the lamp. I invite our esteemed guests to come forward for the lamp lighting ceremony. Thank you so much. Next, to grace this occasion with vibrant energy, our talented students will be presenting a soulful Saraswati Stotram dance, an offering of devotion that celebrates the goddess who illuminates our minds and guides us on the path of learning. Saraswati What a wonderful performance indeed. Thank you. I would now request President Mr. Manohar Tharani, Lloyd Group of Institutions, to welcome Professor D.P. Singh, Education Advisor to the Honorable Chief Minister, Government of Uttar Pradesh, Chancellor, Tata Institute of Social Sciences and former Chairman UGC. Can we have a big round of applause, please? I would request Sir to welcome Dr. G.N. Singh, Advisor to the Honorable Chief Minister, Government of Uttar Pradesh and former DCGI, Government of India. We would like to welcome Professor Ramesh Kumar Goyal, former Vice Chancellor, Delhi Pharmaceutical Sciences and Research University, Delhi. We would like to welcome Professor R.K. Khar, Emeritus Professor and Advisor, Anandpuria Group of Institutions, Faridabad, and former Dean and HOD, Jamia Hamdard. We would request Sir to welcome Mr. Vipul Gupta, Vice President and Head Corporate Affairs and Policy, Cipla Limited. Can we have a round of applause? I would request Sir to welcome Dr. Ajay Sachan, Deputy Drug Controller, CDSCO, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. We are delighted to have with us Mrs. Kalpana Singh, accompanying Professor D.P. Singh. I would request President Sir to kindly welcome ma'am. Can we have a round of applause, please? Thank you, ma'am, sir, for gracing this occasion. We would also like to welcome Mr. Raman Khepar, Senior Director, Global Marketing, Jubilant Biosys Limited. We would like to welcome Mr. Pankaj Mathur, Senior General Manager, Felix Welfare Foundation, Noida. A big round of applause, please. Thank you so much. We are just waiting for the dais to set up and then would like to invite our dignitaries on the dais. So just a question of a minute or two. I would now request our guests to please come on the dais. I would request Professor D.P. Singh, Dr. G.N. Singh, Professor Ramesh Kumar Goyal, Professor Khar, Mr. Vipul Gupta, Mr. Manohar Therani, and Group Director Dr. Vandana Arora Sethi to kindly come on the dais. Thank you so much. To introduce the gathering of today's event and to welcome our chief guest, guest of eminence and delegates, I request Dr. Vandana Arora, Group Director, Chief Strategy Officer and Head of Growth, Lloyd Group of Institutions, to give the welcome address. Thank you.
गणानां त्वा गणपतिगुं हवामहे कविं कवीनामुपमश्रवस्त्रवं ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणाम् आनश्चिन्वन्नोतिभिसीदसादनम्. We invoke you, O Lord Ganesha, the leader of all beings, the wisest amongst the wise, the most renowned amongst the renowned, and the eldest Lord of prayers. May you listen to our invocation and reside amongst us, blessing this gathering with knowledge, harmony, and success. With the divine blessings of Lord Ganesha, I take this opportunity to extend a very warm welcome to our chief guest, our presiding guest, and all the distinguished dignitaries present today. Respected Professor D.P. Singh, sir, Education Advisor to Honorable Chief Minister, Government of Uttar Pradesh, Dr. G.N. Singh, sir, Advisor to Honorable Chief Minister, Government of Uttar Pradesh, and former Drug Controller General of India, along with Madam Kalpana Singh, wife of Dr. D.P. Singh, who's been gracious enough to be present with us today. Our distinguished guest of eminence, friend and mentor of Lloyd, Dr. Khar, respected Ramesh Goyal sir, Mr. Vipul Gupta, Vice President and Head Corporate Affairs, CIPLA, Dr. Aziz Sachan, Deputy Drugs Controller, members of Lloyd's Academic Advisory Board, Dr. Vandana Patrawale from ICT Mumbai, Dr. Saurabh Ahuja, President, Indian Pharmacy Association, Dr. Farhan Jalise from Jamia Hamdard, Dr. Rajesh Agarwal from Mudi Mundi Pharma, Plenary, and panel speakers, and my friends from the academia and the industry, directors, deans, eminent guests from all over the pharmacy fraternity, the powerhouse of Lloyd, our president, Mr. Manohar Therani. A very warm and heartful welcome to the 5th Lloyd International Conference on Embracing AI in the Pharma World. Thank you all for coming today. Today, we stand at a very defining moment where the worlds of technology and pharmacy are converging together for a transformation. And hence the theme of our conference, which is redefining education, research and industry through intelligent innovation, stands very, very true. So thanks to our beautiful team of Lloyd who could put together this beautiful show for all of us to witness in the next 10 to 12 hours that we are here. And yesterday also we had a pre-conference workshop on AI in the pharma world, which was attended by delegates throughout the country. And some of them were very mesmerized at what AI can do in the pharma world and in the pharma industry leading to it. For this year's conference, I'm very glad to inform that we have received an overwhelming response, and I welcome 1,200 delegates who have joined us today in online and offline mode from 100 plus colleges and universities across the nation. We see delegates today from 14 states of India, including Assam, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, Delhi, Jammu, Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Punjab, Rajasthan, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, UP, and West Bengal. I'm so happy to see my friends, seniors, juniors, colleagues from pharmacy departments of Jamia Hamdard, of Naipur, Mohali, Dipsar, IP University, Vela University, Anna University, Assam Downtown University, ISF, Moga, Amity, and many, many more colleges of AKTU and other places. Again, I'm thrilled to inform that we received 509 abstracts for today's conference, and out of those 206 are being presented today, which were accepted for oral presentation, and 236 for poster presentations. The presentation started early in the morning today and will be held in 3 sessions. We are deeply honored today to host the stalwarts sitting with us on the stage today, whose leadership has literally shaped the nation's intellectual and scientific framework. Our chief guest for today, a stalwart with a beautiful smile, Professor Dr. D.P. Singh, a visionary who has led as chairman UGC, as director NAC, and as Vice Chancellor of Banaras Hindu University, the prestigious Sagar University, and Devi Ahilya University. He continues to advise and guide education reforms at the national level as the Chief Education Advisor to the CM of Uttar Pradesh. Sir, it is your humility and your grace that you accepted our invite to bless us all. Thank you, sir, for coming. Our presiding guest, Dr. G.N. Singh, who is a regulatory icon who elevated India's pharmaceutical standards globally during his tenure as the Drug Controller General of India and now serves as the advisor to the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. Sir, I cannot thank you enough for your guidance and your faith in Lloyd. The entire fraternity of pharmacy is literally indebted to you for what you have done for the profession and for the nation. Thank you, sir, for your blessings. I heartily welcome my gurus, revered Professor R.K. Khar sir and respected Professor R.K. Goyal sir, who are not new to any audience of pharmacy in India, as our most special guest today. Sir, we owe our success to you. You stood by us during our journey and are a guiding light as we move forward. Thank you. The day ahead is filled with power-packed sessions today by our distinguished speakers, and I welcome all the speakers who have traveled far and wide to enlighten us with their research. We shall be welcoming each one during the sessions after the inaugural. I also acknowledge the blessings and good wishes that we have received for this conference from the Honorable Governor of Uttar Pradesh for promoting research and innovation-driven education, from Shri Ashish Patel ji, Honorable Minister of Technical Education, for Lloyd's contribution in nurturing employable youth, from Srimati Anupriya Patel, Minister of State for Health and Family Welfare and Minister of Chemical and Fertilizers, from Professor J.P. Pandey, Vice Chancellor of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University, from Dr. B. Suresh, the Pro Chancellor of JSS, and many other eminent dignitaries. All of them are printed in the souvenir, whose QR code we will be releasing after the inaugural. So I'll be very brief in talking about the conference, because we have many stalwarts and people who are much more literate than me in both education, AI, and pharmacy. So I shall keep it very brief, but just to warm up the audience towards what we are talking about as AI or artificial intelligence, I shall begin with a very brief small story from our ancient scriptures. And most of us will be knowing of this story as well. So most of us know that Lord Ganesha and Lord Kartikeya were once challenged by their parents, Lord Shiva and Goddess Parvati, in a friendly contest. The task was whoever circled the world first would receive a special gift or a special fruit of knowledge. Now Kartikeya immediately, he mounted his peacock, which is his ride, and took off at a lightning speed. He was flying across mountains, oceans, forests, and valleys. He was, because Lord Kartikeya is the embodiment of action and adventure. Ganesha, on the other hand, simply folded his hands. He looked at his parents and walked around Shiva and Parvati 3 times. Now Shivji asked, Ganesha, why did you not go around the world? So Ganesha smiled and said, for me, my entire world is at your feet. By circling you, I have circled the world. Shiva and Parvati were so moved that, by his wisdom, by his understanding, by insight of Lord Ganesha, that they immediately declared Ganesha the winner. Now, how is this story related to intelligence? The connect. The story teaches us a very profound lesson. Speed alone doesn't win the race. Understanding does. Wisdom does. And intelligent thinking does. And that in many ways is exactly what artificial intelligence is teaching our world today. It's not just about running faster. It is about thinking smarter. It is about collecting data, but not just about collecting data, but making sense of that data. Just like Ganesha, AI looks at the world differently. It finds patterns, it draws connections, and reveals solutions which are often overlooked. In today's conference, we are not just racing with technology, we are learning to race with wisdom, to blend human intuition with machine intelligence, and to move from Kartikeya's speed to Ganesha's intelligence. So Kartikeya ran around the world, Ganesha walked around with wisdom and won the contest. Today, AI is doing the same, not running fast, but thinking smart. So artificial intelligence, my dear friends, is like that super efficient intern that never gets tired, that doesn't need a tea break. AI today, in especially pharmacy world, is helping scientists design drugs by scanning millions of molecules in seconds. AI is predicting side effects before a medicine even reaches a trial phase, and helping regulators analyze data without getting lost in the paperwork. AI is diagnosing diseases from X-rays faster than a human eye could. It reminds patients to take the medicines. It is predicting pandemics. It is telling farmers when to and when not to irrigate the crops. And in fact, AI has quietly entered every corner of our life, from Netflix recommendations to digital classrooms. So AI is not here to compete with humans, which some of the students usually talk about. It is here to complete us. It is not replacing our intelligence. It is amplifying human intelligence. So we are going to explore this beautiful partnership between AI and between HI, that is human intelligence. And today we are going to learn more about how that can be done. The conference is going to revolve around this at Lloyd campus. So I cannot leave this stage before taking 2 minutes on what kind of Lloyd legacy has been built by our founder president, Mr. Manoj Thirani. Sir, we started very humbly in the year 2004. Today as we stand, we are a multidisciplinary hub of around 14,000 students encompassing pharmacy, law, business, engineering, and forensic sciences. Sir, our law institute has emerged as one of North India's premium law schools, which is recognized very consistently at various platforms. Our Institute of Pharmacy has, this is the third cycle when we are going to get our NB accreditation. So one of the premium schools in business, where we have evolved as a corporate facing industry integrated institute. Our Forensic Science Institute is affiliated with the Institute of Eminence, the University of Eminence, National Forensic Sciences University, and equipped with very high-end instruments. The latest is under the leadership of our president. We are now venturing into creation of an artificial intelligence center at Lloyd, which is a pioneering step, and we are soon going to be giving some wonderful news of some AI-driven prototypes, which will be developed not only for the industry, but also for the benefit of the government. So this vision of skilling, of innovation and transformation stems from Sir, our president, and he not only wants to skill the students, but also find employability for each and every student of Lloyd. With this vision and under the able guidance and mentorship of Dr. G.N. Singh, sir, we had started Niyukti, the Job Fest, around 9 years ago, and this will be our 10th year, where we find placements, rather Lloyd acts as the interface of placements for thousands of pharmacy students across India and finds industries which come on campus. We train the students on soft skills and they appear for interviews. Sir, this has also been appreciated by the CM of Uttar Pradesh. Our analytical and research laboratories, sir, are equipped with sophisticated equipments, and we proudly undertake consultancy and testing projects for leading organizations like Dr. Reddy's, like Patanjali, and many MSME industries. So, sir, Lloyd Group's journey is a reflection of collaboration between vision and execution and between academia and industry. As we begin today's session, let us dedicate to ourselves to the pursuit of innovation which serves humanity. May knowledge enlighten us, may innovation empower, and may this conference mark the beginning of many new ideas and many new collaborations that might take birth here. Thank you very much. And once again, a very, very warm welcome to all the dignitaries on stage, all my friends, my colleagues, and all the dear students. I hope you have a wonderful time today. May we go back wiser than what we came here. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It gives me pleasure to invite Dr. Ajay Sachan, Deputy Drug Controller, Central Drug Standard Control Organization, CDSCO, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. He oversees key regulatory functions at the North Zone Office, Ghaziabad. With extensive experience in drug regulation and compliance, Dr. Sachan plays a vital role in ensuring the safety, efficacy, and quality of pharmaceuticals in India. Sir, may we please request you to kindly address the audience.
Thank you. Namaste. Good morning to everyone. Respected Professor Singh sir, respected Dr. G.N. Singh sir, Mr. Nipun Gupta, Dr. Vandana Sethi, Mr. Manoj Thirani, sir, and respected Thar sir, and all the distinguished guests sitting off the dais. Very good morning to all. My dear students, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for me to that Lloyd Institute of the management of Lloyd Institute has given me the opportunity to share my views in front of all of you. And it's an immense pleasure to be a part of the international conference on embracing artificial intelligence in pharma world. So if you will see, for decades, the pharmaceutical sector has been functioned on the pillar of scientific rigor, evidence generation, and regulatory compliances. So, but now, in today, a new pillar is emerging, that is we call as intelligence. It's not just human intelligence, it's artificial. And if you will see, AI is no longer futuristic concept. It's becoming a driving force behind the drug discovery, drug development, manufacturing of drugs, and delivery of medicines also. So if I will take the just simple example, if any of the drug or formulation to be developed, clinical studies are very much required before the formulation development. So how AI will play the important and vital role in the drug development? These clinical trials are the backbone for the drug development. So, but there is a bottleneck. AI is enabling us to predict how do we recruit the patients with a remarkable accuracy, optimizing the clinical trials protocol, detecting the data anomalies which are arising during the trials in the real time. So also, if in the case of the manufacturing of the drug, AI is transforming now, we secure how to secure the quality, efficiency, and compliance. So during the manufacturing process or in the analytical process, with the help of the AI, we can minimize the downtime which will cause during the maintenance. Suppose we are in the production. So with the help of the AI, we can minimize that how much this machine or equipment will run, so that we can minimize the downtime and we will increase the productivity also. This is because I have seen the program schedule, so a lot of presentations and plenary sessions are going on the AI. I am not very much will go deep in the AI. Just I want to share some few things, because you all are a pharmacy students, so it's a matter of proud for all of us that we are in the very noble profession, and we are directly involved. It's not just a business actually, because after completion of the pharmacy, you will go opt many of the field, either in the production or manufacturing, in the research or QC, QA, pharmacovigilance. There are a lot of job profiles. So we are directly involved in the services of the as a service healthcare professional in the patient safety actually. And I would like just to share few, because it's also a matter of proud for all of us that with the help of all of you pharmacists, if we will see the position of our country in the global, India is ranking somehow in third in respect of the volume of the production, and these are some data actually. So we are ranking third in pharma production by volume, and if you will calculate 14th in respect of the value, if you will see the global scenario, we are the world leader in production and supply of the vaccines. More than 60% of total vaccines we are supplying to the rest of the world. Or if we can say every fifth or sixth person in the world, he is using the vaccines which is manufactured in our country. And almost 62% of the generic we are exporting to highly regulated market. We are fulfilling the generic demand almost 40% to USA and 25% to the European Unions also. So since we are supplying high quality medicines at affordable cost, so that is why we are also known as a pharmacy of the world. So it is just only because the efforts of all of us. So just my message to all the students that you please what we can say, read your curriculum very carefully, ask as many as questions to your teachers, and definitely this type of conferences will help you a lot. You can understand what is the way forward in your future also. So I will not take so much time because we have to listen our respected sir also, they will share the views. Last but not the least, this is especially for the students. These are, I want to read some lines which are not mine. It was written by great scientist, former President of India, late Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam ji. So what he has written, speak 5 lines to yourself every morning. First is, I am the best. These 5 lines are very important. First is, I am the best. Second, I can do it. Third one is, God is always with me. Fourth, I am a winner. And last is very important, today is my day. So thank you very much for inviting me. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce the guest of eminence, Mr. Vipul Gupta, Vice President and Head Corporate Affairs and Policy, Cipla Limited. Mr. Vipul comes with more than 20 years of robust experience in various domains of regulatory and corporate affairs in various pharmaceutical companies. He is an experienced professional in policy advocacy and represented on various policy issues. He is currently working with Cipla as the Vice President and Head Corporate Affairs and Policy based in New Delhi. Sir, may we please request you to kindly address the delegates.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. First of all, it's a pleasure to me to present here and speak in front of such people. So, respected Professor D.P. Singh sir, respected Dr. Kalpana Singh ma'am, respected Dr. G.N. Singh sir, respected Professor Khar, Professor Goel, my teacher Dr. Arun Nanda, Sanju Nanda ma'am, Professor Vandana Arora, Dr. Pathak, Madam Pathak, Mr. Mnohar Therani, Dr. Ajay Sachan. I'm really feeling proud that I'm a part of such a wonderful people who are over here and who are stalwarts in the pharma world. And the theme of the conference is something which really is going to be the future, that how artificial intelligence is going to happen in the pharma world. And as Google CEO very recently said in an article, that artificial intelligence is not going to take your jobs, but if you do not learn the AI, then definitely your jobs will be under pressure. So coming time is basically, and the future is basically belonging to the artificial intelligence, and artificial intelligence is getting implemented very strongly in the pharma world. Even US FDA has given guidances where they basically talk about the reduced testings in the animal and not to do testing in the animal models, and get replaced by the genomic chips. Same way, Dr. Sachan recently talked about the clinical trials and how we can get the faster approvals. So a lot of genomic things are happening, and genomic chips are coming, which can replicate, say, the DNA of Americans, Indians. So that's a genomic database where the trial results can be captured. So and the trial can happen at a very fast pace. Artificial intelligence is coming in pharma in terms of the manufacturing, supply chain, R&D, drug discovery, at every point in time. And as we know that India is the pharmacy of the world, but coming time is of innovation. Coming time is that how quickly we can come up with the new drugs, how quickly we can come up with the biologicals, and artificial intelligence is going to play the key role in terms of getting the innovation and giving the access of the medicines to the much needed patient. Even at Cipla, we set up one of its kind of facility, which is called as 24/7 continuous manufacturing facility, which is based in Goa. Say you give a command in the night at 10 p.m. that you want to manufacture, say, 50 crore tablets or whatever, and the whole system is integrated in such a way that starting from the raw material, sifting, granulation, bunching, and forming the tablets, everything will happen automatically with minimum human intervention, as given in the guidance of US FDA. So you give a command in the night, and in the morning you will get the tablets ready, and that's the minimum human intervention, and strict quality control. If the tablet is not meeting the criteria of disintegration, dissolution, or anything, the lot automatically get rejected, because that get tested at every step. So that's the way the artificial intelligence is coming in the pharma world. And I look forward to such interesting and insightful sessions. And thank you to Lloyd College for organizing such a conference and organizing the Education Fest every year and taking a lot of initiatives. So with that, I'm looking forward for the further discussions. Thank you everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. We are now pleased to announce the release of the souvenir cum abstract book for abstracts presented today, for which I would like to call upon our dignitaries on the dais and the organizers, Dr. Chitra, Dr. Lalit, Dr. Ashish, for the release. Can we have a big round of applause, please? For downloading the souvenir cum abstract book, you may please scan the QR code on the screen, please. You're requested to please scan the QR code for downloading the souvenir book. It's an honor for us this time that we have received motivational messages and blessings from our esteemed leader, Srimati Anandiben Patel, Governor Srimati Anupriya Patel, Minister of State, Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, Shri Ashish Patel, Technical Education, Consumer Protection Weights and Measure Minister, Uttar Pradesh, Professor T.G. Sitaram, Chairman AICTE, Professor T.P. Singh, Dr. G.N. Singh, Professor J.P. Pandey, Vice Chancellor AKTU, Dr. V. Kalai Selvan, Secretary cum Scientific Director IPC. We have received more than 500 abstracts for oral and poster presentation with more than 1200 registrations. Thank you so much everybody for this overwhelming response. Well, the much awaited moment, where we all have gathered today to celebrate excellence, acknowledge outstanding achievements, and honor those who have made significant contributions in the field of pharmacy. So let's begin our award ceremony, starting with the Best Faculty Award, Shri S.L. NASA Annual Award. This S.L. NASA Award has become a tradition, a legacy that we uphold with pride and reverence every year. It is bestowed upon an individual who has demonstrated an exemplary and exceptional level of academic rigor, outstanding institutional services, administrative acumen, and an unwavering commitment to the welfare of our students. May I request our esteemed guest on the dais to please present the award. The SL NASA Award this year is presented to Dr. Chitra Gupta, Professor and Dean, PG, Lloyd Institute of Management and Technology. Can we have a big round of applause, please? Can we have a big round of applause? We would like to present this award to Dr. Chitra Gupta, Professor and Dean, PG, Lloyd Institute of Management and Technology. This SL NASA Award also goes to Dr. Radha Goyal, Professor, Lloyd School of Pharmacy. A very, very hearty congratulations, Dr. Radha. This award is accomplished by a cash award as a mark of appreciation for their excellence. So can we have a big round of applause? Heartiest congratulations, Dr. Radha, Professor of Lloyd School of Pharmacy. Thank you so much. Exemplary Pharmacy Professional Award celebrates individuals who have demonstrated outstanding commitment and achievements in the pharmacy field, making a positive impact on the pharmaceutical landscape. The Exemplary Pharmacy Professional Award is being presented to Professor Vandana V. Patrawal, Professor, Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences and Technology, Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai. A big round of applause, everybody. This award is being presented for her distinguished career spanning over 3 decades as a professor of pharmaceutics, her consistent recognition amongst the top 2% scientists in the world, her pioneering research in nano-carrier-based drug delivery systems, her exceptional leadership in translational research and technology, and her active collaboration for global research. Congratulations. Lloyd Group of Institutions is pleased to announce the most prestigious award, the Lifetime Achievement Award, to honor the excellence in the field of pharmacy to professionals who have gone beyond the call of duty and have proven to be exceptional achievers during their lifetime. So the Lifetime Achievement Award 2025 is being presented to Professor Arun Nanda, Professor, Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Maharishi Dayanand University, Rohtak. Heartiest congratulations, sir. Can we have a big round of applause, please? This award is being presented for his illustrious career of over 35 years in academia, dedicated to advancing pharmaceutical education and research. His extensive research contributions reflecting depth and diversity, his recognition as a registered scientific advisor, and his lifelong dedication to nurturing young minds. Congratulations, sir. It's an honor for us to present this award. Thank you so much, everybody. May we now request Professor Vandana Patrawal to kindly give the acceptance speech.
thanks to Lloyd Group of Institutions for bestowing this honor on me. And really, it's a pleasure to be getting it in this front of this elite gathering, and especially, very respectable, honorable people who are on the dais. So I dedicate this award definitely to my students who have worked very, very hard for this. And it would not have been possible if it was not no guidance and blessings from Almighty God, my parents and my gurus, including the ones who are sitting here. Thank you so much for this honor once again.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Heartiest congratulations once again. I would request Professor Arun Nanda to please give the acceptance speech.
Good morning, all of you. I'm really enthralled, I'm really honored to receive this award most highly from the Lloyd Group of Institutions. I feel more honored because I'm receiving this award in the presence of my guru, Professor Felicitation, who was the first recipient, and my Sanskar of Dipsaru, of whom I'm a graduate way back 1986. Thank you so much. My message to all of you is, which I would repeat, the saying of one of my teachers. So, when I joined first year, उन्होंने ये कहा, pharmacy तुम्हें bread और butter देगा. Some of you will get more of butter, a lot of you will get bread. And I still remember his words, and I really give this word to all my teachers, all my seniors. One person who has been with me throughout this journey, right? Sir, Sanjay also an academician.
Thank you so much, sir. Once again, congratulations.
I would like to invite for the presidential address, Dr. G.N. Singh, sir, who is the advisor to Honorable Chief Minister, Government of Uttar Pradesh and former DCGI, as we all know him. So Dr. G.N. Singh is one of the most revered, most visionary. Sir, I'll take 2 minutes. I have a lot to say. So he's one of the most revered, most visionary person and one of the most respected figures in India's pharmaceutical ecosystem. I'm so proud that I know him, and I can speak with him over a call or a message. Beyond that, he's a rare blend of scientific depth and administrative excellence. He has earned his doctorate in pharmaceutical sciences from the prestigious Banaras Hindu University and later enriched his global outlook with an MBA from the University of Hull, UK. Sir was the first secretary come scientific director of IPC and also shouldered the responsibility of DCGI, a role in which he set new benchmarks of transparency, quality assurance, and global alignment. But beyond his towering achievements, what makes Dr. G.N. Singh truly exceptional is his profound humility, his warmth, and his accessibility. If humility had a name, it would be Dr. G.N. Singh. He has been a mentor, guide, and an unwavering support of Lloyd, someone on whom we can count on any time, whether for strategic direction, for academic enrichment, or for institutional growth. His presence brings reassurance, truly. His words bring clarity, and his actions reflect a lifelong commitment to strong, independent, and globally respected Indian drug regulatory system. Sir is a leader of high stature and a human being of even greater grace. It is my proud privilege to now invite Sir on the stage for his address. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is a great day for me when such good words are mentioned by none other than Professor Vandanaji, who is very respected to me in the campus of Lloyd College of Management and Technology. Today, seeing the galaxy of the people sitting on the dais is another strength providing phenomena over here when my mentor, my guru, Professor D.P. Singh ji, who is the advisor to Honorable Chief Minister, and he has revolutionized the education sector, not of the UP, but of the country. He is the man who contributed, our founder of the National Education Policy 2020. So we are very fortunate to have you over here. Dr. Kalpana Singh ji, who is doctorate in zoology, is with us. Is another great opportunity to see her over here. Dr. Ramesh Goyal ji, who always put me on task, always inspired me. He is the former Vice Chancellor of Saru and had opportunity to work from various platforms to the pharmaceutical education and research. When COVID we were suffering from COVID attack, he is the man who invented many techniques and drugs. So it was very wonderful to remember those days. Mr. Manohar Tharani ji, who made such a beautiful campus, and seeing the young pharmacist and the scientists, his credit goes to him. He is always trying to bring new technology, new practices, which are very relevant in today's context. Dr. Vipul Gupta ji from Sikla, whose mentor is none other than Dr. Hamid ji. I used to meet him, and he is a man who made India stronger. Whatever we achieved in pharma sector, credit goes to Dr. Hamid ji. He belongs to Uttar Pradesh. I remember whenever I met him, he always inspired, India has to take a lead. These are the few people who made India great. And these two people I remember with great respect, Dr. Hamid ji or Dr. Pravinder Singh ji. Because whatever India stands today, the credit goes to these two people who were visionary, who thought how India can become the pharmacy of the world. And I request Dr. Vipul to convey our regards from all the people to Dr. Hamid whenever he visits over here. Dr. Vandana ji is the person who invited, who put a strong bond for all the pharmacy people, technical people, and other fellow pharmacists to see that they progress in their life. Dr. Sachan, who is my friend, who is heading the North Zone of the CDSU, sitting with Dr. Jayaprakash, who is really looking smart today. Whenever I see, they radiate a lot of energy to me. Dr. Mathur, Dr. Nandaji, Arun Sanjuji, whom I used to visit from time to time their institution. Dr. Parthakji, Devendraji, his wife Kamlaji, Dr. Farhan Ahmadji, and many other people who are sitting up on the desk, off the desk. Really, it is a great opportunity for me to see all of you under one umbrella. First of all, when we were proceeding to Lloyd, and the Honorable Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath ji has expressed his greetings for grand success to this happening, which is technology oriented, which is being conducted by Lloyd on artificial intelligence. UP model has become a role model, not for the country, but is being discussed at global level. Why it is so? Because our Honorable Chief Minister wants that the technology be of such a nature which preserve the जो हमारी पुरानी कल्पनाएं हैं और भारत का उत्तर प्रदेश का जो भविष्य है वो दोनों का सामंजस्य स्थापित करके कैसे हम देश को आगे बढ़ाएंगे। देखिए हम आज बड़े भाग्यशाली हैं कि ऐसा नेतृत्व उत्तर प्रदेश को मिला हुआ है, ऐसा नेतृत्व भारत को मिला हुआ है जो हमेशा टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए बात करता है। आज हम लोग भारत को 5 ट्रिलियन US डॉलर इकोनॉमी में देखने जा रहे हैं, जो कल्पना से परे था। उत्तर प्रदेश जो कि कोई 15,000 केवल स्टेट GDP थी, आज हमारी करीब करीब 35 लाख करोड़ की हो गई है। भारत की जो GDP है आप देखिए 3.5 ट्रिलियन डॉलर की हो गई है। आने वाले समय में हम 5 ट्रिलियन डॉलर इकोनॉमी को टच करने जा रहे हैं। See how the mighty the nation is going to be built up in times to come. How we are going to see that we are going to be a nation. Each and every citizen of this country, they are going to be proud to be citizen of this country in terms of the values, in terms of the money, in terms of the standing and the respect, not within the country but at the global level. आप लोग सुने होंगे कि 2047 तक जो ये अमृत काल चल रहा है उसमें हमारी इकोनॉमी कितनी होने जा रही है, किसी को आइडिया है? बताइए। हम 30 ट्रिलियन डॉलर की इकोनॉमी का लक्ष्य माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने रखा है और उत्तर प्रदेश का क्या कंट्रीब्यूशन होने जा रहा है? हम 6 ट्रिलियन डॉलर इकोनॉमी को प्राप्त करने जा रहे हैं। तो आप समझिए कि अगर आज हमारे पॉकेट में 1,000 रुपए की कमाई हो रही है तो आने वाले समय में हर व्यक्ति जो है 1 लाख रुपए का मालिक होगा। आप समझिए कि किस तरह का भारत बनने जा रहा है, किस तरह का उत्तर प्रदेश बनने जा रहा है। आज हम जैसे हमारे सचान जी ने बताया, विपुल जी ने बताया कि वी आर नोन एज द फार्मेसी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, लेकिन हम वैल्यू टर्म से बहुत छोटे हैं। अगर आप देखा जाए तो हम 13वें पायदान पे हैं और हमारी क्षमता ये है कि आने वाले समय में जब हम चौथी वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमी के बाद तीसरी इकोनॉमी होंगे तो हम वही चीज चाहते हैं कि थर्ड प्रोडक्शन बेस जो भारत का है वो इकोनॉमिकल टर्म्स में भी हम सेकंड या कम से कम थर्ड तो पहुंच ही जाए। उसके लिए क्या मंत्र होगा? इनोवेशन। इनोवेशन कैसे होगा? जब हम टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज करेंगे और फार्मा सेक्टर में टेक्नोलॉजी, हेल्थ सेक्टर में टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत ही आवश्यक हो गई है। हमें ऐसा लगता है कि आने वाले समय में ये जो हमारे लैब्स हैं, जो चीजें हैं, ये बिल्कुल बदल जाएंगे। अभी हम लोग बैठे हुए हैं ऐसे हाल में जो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, मशीन लर्निंग, अदर इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं, हमें ऐसा लगता है और जो संभव है कि आने वाले समय में ये सारी चीजें विलुप्त होने जा रही है। हम ऐसे विश्व में की परिकल्पना कर रहे हैं, ऐसे प्रवेश करने जा रहे हैं जहाँ सारी चीज जो है बिल्कुल बौद्धिक तरीके से डील होगी। लेकिन भारत विश्व गुरु कैसे बनेगा जब हम साथ साथ टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ साथ अपनी जो मूलभूत संस्कार है उसको नहीं भूलेंगे। यही भारत एक ऐसा देश है जहाँ पे की संस्कृति और उन्नति दोनों साथ साथ चलती है और इसीलिए सबसे प्राचीनतम सभ्यता के साथ साथ हम सबसे सर्वोपरि ढंग से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। हमारा आपसे अनुरोध है कि जो भी हमारे फार्मासिस्ट, फेलो फार्मासिस्ट हैं, हमारे जो साइंटिस्ट हैं, we have to think deeply how we are going to apply the technology for betterment of the human life, their values, and how we are going to see that India become a torch bearer to the humanity in terms of standards of life, values, and contribute for better life. दूसरी चीज ये होने जा रही है कि देखिए जब देश स्वतंत्र हुआ तो हमारी जो लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी थी वो बहुत कम थी हम करीब 30-35 साल में 40 साल या 70 साल हो गई है। हमें उम्मीद है अभी जब नंदा साहब हम लोग साथ साथ आ रहे थे तो इन्होंने 2 गुरुओं की बात की, प्रोफेसर एस.एन. शर्मा साहब की जिनकी उम्र 101 साल हो गई है, और इन्होंने कहा कि हम लोग भी तो कम से कम ये इच्छा कर सकते हैं कि उनके बराबर का जीवन यापन करें। हमें उम्मीद है कि आने वाले समय में उससे बड़ी चीज हमें देखने की जरूरत है। जब भारत की जनसंख्या 160 करोड़ होगी तो आप समझिए कि किस तरह का देश, किस तरह की व्यवस्था की जरूरत पड़ेगी, किस तरह की इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की जरूरत पड़ेगी। लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी तो बढ़ेगी लेकिन जिम्मेदारियां भी बढ़ेंगी, टेक्नोलॉजी यूज बढ़ेगा। हमें हॉस्पिटल्स जो हैं ये भी खत्म होने जा रहे हैं, जैसे हमारे मनोहर जी ने बताया था। देखिए मस्त साहब जो है हमें दुनिया में सब चीज रेवोल्यूशनाइज करने जा रहे हैं। अब हमें जगह की कमी होगी तो हम जाके स्पेस पे अपना घर बनाने की सोच रहे हैं। दवाइयाँ हम वहाँ डिलीवर करेंगे, वहाँ हम हेल्थ केयर कैसे कर पाएंगे, आज भारत को सोचने की इसकी जरूरत है। और अपार संभावनाएं हैं जो हेल्थ केयर सेक्टर में लोग हैं। फार्मा सेक्टर में, मेडिकल टेक्नोलॉजी में तो रेवोल्यूशन होने जा रहा है, और इसका कुछ हम उदाहरण आपको उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार का दे रहे हैं। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी चाहते हैं कि उत्तर प्रदेश जो है वो हब बने फार्मास्यूटिकल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का, इनोवेशन का, मेडिकल टेक्नोलॉजी का। इसमें आपको जान के खुशी होगी कि जेवर, कितने लोग जेवर के बारे में जानते हैं? हाथ उठाएं जरा, देखें कि जेवर तो जानते ही होंगे, सभी लोग जानते होंगे। बहुत ही अच्छा है। देखिए जेवर में सेक्टर 28 में हमारी मेडिकल डिवाइसेस पार्क बन रहा है जो करीब 350 एकड़ में है। 105 कंपनियां वहां पे ऑलरेडी अपना कंस्ट्रक्शन का वर्क प्रारंभ कर रही हैं। 2 हमारी ऑपरेशनल हो गई हैं, और हमें उम्मीद है कि सचान जी हमारे साथ गए थे कि आने वाले समय में विद इन 3 years वी आर गोइंग टू सी दैट उत्तर प्रदेश इज गोइंग टू बी technology hub for medical devices, diagnostic and medical technology. So these are the revolutions which are taking place. दूसरा बल्क ड्रग्स की स्टार्टिंग मटेरियल्स जो हमारी एक्टिव फार्मास्यूटिकल इंग्रेडिएंट्स हैं, इसके लिए हम लोग ललितपुर में कोई 5000 एकड़ में, अभी 1500 एकड़ दिया गया है, और 5000 एकड़ में वहाँ एक बहुत बड़ा फार्मास्यूटिकल पार्क बनाने जा रहे हैं। इसके लिए बायोटेक्नोलॉजी क्षेत्र में बायोलॉजिक्स इज गोइंग टू बी द ड्रग ऑफ चॉइस। उसके लिए हम लोग पीलीभीत में देख रहे हैं कि कैसे आने वाले समय में वहाँ एक स्टेट ऑफ आर्ट पार्क बनाया जा सके। अभी कल ही डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फार्मास्यूटिकल के सेक्रेटरी साहब लखनऊ में थे, उनसे कई राउंड वार्तालाप हो चुका है। हम लोग ये चाहते हैं कि कैसे उत्तर प्रदेश को टेक्नोलॉजी में, फार्मा सेक्टर में एक नई दिशा मिल पाए, और केंद्र सरकार, राज्य सरकार मिलकर हम लोग इस पे बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं। हम इसलिए बता रहे हैं कि आने वाले समय में जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटीज, आपको लर्निंग के लिए, आपकी अपनी स्किल इंप्रूव करने के लिए बहुत ही असीम संभावनाएं हैं। ये संभावनाएं केवल उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए नहीं है, भारत के लिए नहीं है, बल्कि जब आप विश्व गुरु बनने जा रहे हैं तो आपको ये सोचना पड़ेगा कि कैसे विश्व को हम अच्छी सर्विसेज, हेल्थ केयर में, एजुकेशन में दे पाए। एक और चीज बता दें कि जब इनोवेशन की बात हो रही है, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की बात हो रही है, तो माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने इस पे भी विचार किया। हमारी इच्छा थी कि एक फार्मास्यूटिकल यूनिवर्सिटी बना दी जाए। कई हमारे कलीग्स ने कहा कि क्यों नहीं आप उत्तर प्रदेश में 400+ फार्मेसी कॉलेजेस हैं तो एक हम लोग यूनिवर्सिटी बना दिया जाए। हम लोगों ने ये प्रस्ताव माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के पास लेके गए थे। उन्होंने कहा कि नहीं, अभी ये उचित समय नहीं है, आप लोग देखिए कि हाउ यू पीपल कैन प्ले राइटफुल रोल इन इनोवेशन। तो एक फार्मास्यूटिकल इनोवेशन रिसर्च के लिए सेक्शन 8 कंपनी प्रमोट फार्मा के नाम से बनाई गई है, और उसके लिए विशेष कार्य हम लोग ये करने जा रहे हैं कि इनोवेशन के लिए क्लिनिकल ट्रायल्स के लिए उत्तर प्रदेश इज गोइंग टू बी ए हब, because India lacks in clinical trials, and for innovation clinical trial is going to be the baseline. We had a lot of discussion with the scientists, stakeholders. हम एक ऐसी डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म बनाने जा रहे हैं जिसमें विश्व की कहीं भी किसी भी कंपनी जो हमारी फार्मास्यूटिकल हो, मेडिकल टेक्नोलॉजी को हो, उनके पास हम लोग डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म देने जा रहे हैं। उनको मालूम होगा कि भारत अपने उत्तर प्रदेश में अगर 75-80 मेडिकल कॉलेजेस हैं तो किसकी क्या कैपेबिलिटी है, जो इन्वेस्टिगेटर्स हैं उनकी क्या कैपेबिलिटी है, जो हम करने जा रहे हैं तो हमें कहीं जाने की नहीं जरूरत है, CTRI में रजिस्ट्रेशन करना है तो किसकी क्या रैंकिंग है, सभी कुछ हम लोग करने जा रहे हैं। इसमें असीम संभावनाएं होने जा रही हैं और इसका काम ही होगा कि नेटवर्क इस्टेब्लिश करना, करने की इंस्टीट्यूशन से हमारी जो नेशनल लेबोरेटरीज हैं, जो हमारी इंडस्ट्रियल हाउसेस हैं, इनके साथ कैसे हम स्ट्रांग नेटवर्क उत्पन्न कर पाए। तो ये सारी चीजें होने जा रही हैं और हम लोग बड़े सौभाग्यशाली हैं कि प्रोफेसर DP सिंह साहब जैसा व्यक्ति एजुकेशन सेक्टर में हमें मिला हुआ है, जो स्किल डेवलपमेंट के लिए हमेशा एडवोकेसी करता है। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी आपकी बात बड़ी गंभीरता से लेते हैं। हमें उम्मीद है कि लॉयड में आने के बाद जो कई चीजें यहाँ हो रही हैं आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस में, मशीन लर्निंग में, जो आपके फोरेंसिक साइंसेस में हमने देखने का सौभाग्य मिला था, ये सारी चीजों का एप्लीकेशन पार्ट मनोज जी हम चाहेंगे कि कैसे उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार के साथ मिलकर हम लोग करीब से काम कर पाए। हर साल जो हमेशा हमें मार्गदर्शन देते रहे हैं और जब भी हम अटकते थे, जामिया हमदर्द के जमाने से हम लोग साथ साथ रहे हुए हैं। तो हम IDPL में थे, आप जामिया हमदर्द में थे। हमें याद आता है कि जीवन, और आपको देख के लगता है कि क्या स्मार्टनेस बढ़ती जा रही है। आप लोग देख रहे हैं कि जरा सा भी परिवर्तन नजर नहीं आता है, लगता है कि डे बाई डे इज बिकमिंग younger, and that is you people are giving us energy. I wish this conference deliberation to be a grand success. I would be requesting Manohar ji, Vandana ji, whatever the pathways this conference decides pass on to the UP government. We would see that whatever the overall policy the government of Uttar Pradesh is making, we would see your recommendation become a part of that. We are very fortunate to have such a dynamic leader with us, जो उत्तर प्रदेश को एक नई दिशा दे रहे हैं। देखिए, हमें काम करने का सौभाग्य मिला है, केंद्र सरकार में भी काम किए हैं, राज्य सरकार में काम करने का मौका मिला है, लेकिन ऐसा व्यक्ति हमें आज तक कोई नहीं मिला है जो ये चाहता है कि उत्तर प्रदेश एक सबसे अग्रणी प्रदेश बन जाए। हमें पूरा भरोसा है कि हम लोग एक दिन इसको एक महान प्रदेश बनाएंगे, एक बड़ी व्यवस्था का भाग बनेंगे। और इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ हम लॉयड कॉलेज मैनेजमेंट का आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। डॉक्टर पॉपली आई हैं, इनका स्वागत करते हैं और अपने स्थान पे जाने की अनुमति चाहते हैं।
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर। सर ने बहुत ही सरलता से, बहुत ही सिंपल वर्ड्स में कंग्रेचुलेट भी करा। एज एन इकोनॉमी द नेशन इज ग्रोइंग, where UP is going. At the same time, he has also told us that there is a long way to go from here. Like he said, value may abhi bhi, even we are the pharmacy of the world, but in terms of value, we are still much behind. So there is a long way to go to match up to global standards. So thank you very, very much, sir. For the next speaker and for our inaugural address by the chief guest, I will take a minute to introduce not only sir, but what kind of a personality, what persona we have amongst us today. So we say, साधु चरित सुशीलता, मधुर वचन अनुशास, मिलते ही मन मोहित करें जैसे चंदन रस. The conduct of a noble person, their humility, their gentle words enchant the heart instantly, just like the soothing fragrance of sandalwood that calms all who come near them. And this is exactly what I felt when I met Professor DP Singh sir for the first time. It gives me immense pride to introduce Professor Sir, a towering figure in Indian higher education and a leader whose vision has shaped universities, policies, and academic ecosystems across the country. Currently serving as the Chancellor of Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Professor Singh is best known for his exemplary tenure as the Chairman of the University Grants Commission, which is the apex regulatory body of higher education in India. He also serves as the Chief Education Advisor to the CM of Uttar Pradesh. With a distinguished career spanning 4 decades, Professor Singh has led some of India's most eminent universities as Vice Chancellor of Banaras Hindu University, Dr. Harsingh Gaur University, Sagar, and Devi Ahilya University, Indore. He also brought transformative reforms during his leadership of NAC as its director. Sir is a strategist, he's a reformer, and he has been an institution builder. He has contributed deeply to India's higher education landscape, strengthening governance, enhancing academic and administrative efficiency, and encouraging global collaboration. Sir's contributions continue as he remains as an active force on national committees, including the Implementation Committee of NEP 2020. His academic presence extends globally, having represented India in numerous international seminars, conferences, and collaborative projects across the UK, the USA, Germany, France, Australia, China, Malaysia, Fiji, Singapore, Norway, and many more. For an institution like ours, he is not just a stalwart in policy and governance, but a mentor we look up to. Sir is a dignified, calm, and deeply insightful guide who brings clarity wherever he goes. Sir is a living example of this tireless wisdom. Sir, we welcome you to Lloyd, and I welcome you to this dais for your address.
आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार. My esteemed colleague, respected Dr. G.N. Singh, advisor to Honorable Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh and former Drug Controller General of India, Shri Manohar Tarani ji, Honorable President, Lloyd Group of Institutions, Dr. Vandana Arora Sethi, Chief Strategy Officer and Group Director, Lloyd Institute, Professor Ramesh Kumar Goyal ji, respected Professor R.K. Khalsa, Shri Vipul Gupta ji, Dr. Rajesh Achan ji, Professor Arun Manna ji, my wife who agreed to accompany me today in this function, Dr. Mrs. Kalpana Singh, all the distinguished faculty members, esteemed guests, research scholars, delegates from across the country and abroad, media persons, and my dear students. A very good morning to all of you. It fills me with immense pride and joy to be with you this morning in such a intellectually charged environment at the Lloyd Group of Institutions, an institution that stands today as an example of academic excellence, innovation, and ethical education. From its humble beginning to now being home to over 14,000 students, as has been mentioned by the director, Lloyd has truly emerged as a multidisciplinary center of excellence, nurturing future leaders in pharmacy, in management, in law, in engineering, forensic sciences, etc. This remarkable growth is a testimony to the visionary leadership of Shri Manohar Tarani ji, whose dedication to skilling and employability has set a new benchmark in institutional governance. And behind the strategic growth, the academic rigor, and the culture of care stands Dr. Vandana Arora Sethi, a dynamic academic leader who blends strategic thinking with emotional intelligence. She has not only led Lloyd with clarity of vision, but has also inspired generations of students and faculty through her personal example of perseverance, values, and learning mindset. I compliment and I congratulate the Lloyd group of institutions for its overall achievements and the remarkable growth in the journey of education and employment. Friends, I am so happy to be with you all. Particularly, I have with me today Dr. Jian Singh, who talks a lot about this institution. And he was the one who pursued me to be here today. Dr. Jian Singh, as you have rightly mentioned, madam, is a living example of simplicity, hard work, dedication, and commitment. I am thankful to the organizing committee and the officials of Lloyd Institute for inviting me to this prestigious conference, which is being organized in a blended mode. Today, as the chief guest, on such an imperative and thought-provoking theme, AI in Pharma world, redefining education, research, and industry through intelligent innovation. This redefining word is very important because time is changing so fast that every time we should look back and look forward. And therefore, when we are thinking about the education, research, and industry, and that too through intelligent innovation, the theme becomes very important. Friends, today I want to talk about a topic that has the potential to revolutionize the way we live, the way we work and interact with each other. A topic that has been making headlines and sparking debates across the world, artificial intelligence, and that too in pharma world. I am very happy to tell you that I had the privilege of heading 2 universities as Vice Chancellor, in which I was told that the Pharma, Dr. Jian Singh Saab, perhaps Pharmaceutical Sciences Department started first in BHU in the country, and then in the Dr. Hari Singh Gaur University, Sagar. So I have been the Vice Chancellor of both the universities, and also in Devi LI University, the Pharmaceutical Department is doing so well. So having in the midst of the experts from pharmacy and the experts from the technology, particularly in the artificial intelligence, it gives me a lot of pleasure. I'm particularly very happy to see the large number of these students. और रानी साहब और वंदना जी, मैं आपको बधाई दूंगा कि इतने अनुशासित बच्चे शायद ही कहीं देखने को मिलते हो जितने मैं यहाँ देख रहा हूँ. Because of one thing which I feel, क्योंकि विद्यार्थी रहते हुए मैं स्वयं भी इतना अनुशासित शायद नहीं रहा हूँ जितना मैं आप लोगों को देख रहा हूँ, और आप इतना ध्यान से सुन रहे सब बात, क्योंकि आज की जो जनरेशन है वो दैट इज वेल इन्फॉर्म्ड और अपने फ्यूचर को लेकर के, अपने आसपास के परिवेश को लेकर के, अपने भविष्य की एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी को लेकर के आज की जो जनरेशन है वो ज्यादा सजग है, ज्यादा जागरूक है और कभी-कभी ज्यादा चिंतित भी है. और इसलिए आप लोग इस दिशा में सोच रहे हैं और ध्यान से चीजों को सुन रहे हैं। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि जो कुछ आप यहाँ से कॉन्फ्रेंस से सीखेंगे उससे जो है बहुत कुछ अपने जीवन में उसको अपनाने की कोशिश करेंगे। ये लॉयड ग्रुप ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूशंस ने आपको बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी दी है, जो कि इतनी कम उम्र में आपको इतनी बड़ी इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में पार्टिसिपेट करने का मौका मिल रहा है। मैं सभी विद्यार्थियों को उनके उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ और आशा करता हूँ कि आपकी जो सपने हैं, आपके जो संकल्प हैं, आपकी जो भविष्य को गढ़ने की जो कुछ भी दिशा है उसमें आप सफल होंगे। Friends, AI has come a long way since its inception. From simple chatbots to complex machine learning algorithms that can predict diseases, design new drugs, or optimize industrial processes. AI has evolved to become an integral part of our daily lives. Yet, it still remains in an exploration phase as we continue to discover the innumerable fields where it can bring revolutionary changes. Today, as we all gather here on this platform, our purpose is not only to understand the scope of AI in the pharma world, but also to reflect upon the milestones already achieved, to assess how these advances are impacting our society and the lives of people around us. Drug discovery and development have traditionally been considered highly expensive, time-consuming, and resource-intensive. On average, bringing one new drug to the market can take nearly 15 years, involving enormous financial investments, extensive human and animal trials, and significant risk. But now, AI offers a new ray of hope by providing better lead molecules for synthesis. It helps reduce failure rates, saves years of effort, and minimizes costs and ethical concerns. This truly represents a paradigm shift in pharmaceutical research and innovation. AI can optimize process forms, predict pharmacokinetic and pharmacodynamic behavior, and even aid in precision medicine, helping us move toward a more personalized and efficient healthcare system. However, friends, as we embrace this technological transformation, we must also ensure that AI is used ethically. I would like to emphasize it more that we must also ensure that AI is used ethically and creatively. On one hand, AI holds immense promise. It can help us solve complex problems, improve healthcare outcomes, and enhance our productivity. It can also enable us to create new forms of art, knowledge, and innovation that were once unimaginable. But on the other hand, AI also raises serious ethical and societal concerns and issues. As AI systems become more autonomous, we must ensure that they remain aligned with human values and that they do not perpetuate bias, inequality, or discrimination. We must demand transparency, accountability, and explainability in AI decision making, especially in areas like healthcare, where human lives are directly affected. To use AI in an ethical and creative way means being aware of both its benefits and its risks. It means being mindful of the data we use to train AI systems, ensuring it is diverse, inclusive, and representative of all sections of society. It also means being creative in how we design and deploy AI, thinking beyond conventional boundaries to solve real-world challenges, collaboration among technologists, scientists, artists, and social thinkers. And above all, it means being responsible, ensuring that AI serves humanity, respect human dignity, and upholds the values that define us as civilization. As Mahatma Gandhi once said, I would like to quote here, the future depends on what we do in the present. So the choices we make today about how we use artificial intelligence will shape not only the technological future of our nation, but also its moral and ethical fabric. We must therefore strive to ensure that innovation always walks hand in hand with responsibility. As someone working closely in the field of policy making, I can proudly say that our government is recognizing the transformative power of AI in education and research. The Kasturirangan Committee, which drafted the National Education Policy NEP 2020, has explicitly emphasized this in the NEP 2020 document, and I would like to state here that concerted curricular and pedagogical initiatives, including the introduction of contemporary subjects such as artificial intelligence, design thinking, holistic health, organic living, environmental education, and global citizenship education will be undertaken to develop these important skills in students at all levels. I had the good fortune of associated with the drafting committee and later on as the member of the implementation committee of NEP 2020 when I was chairman of the University Grants Commission. Friends, this NEP 2020 further stresses that mathematics and computational thinking are vital for India's leadership in AI, machine learning, and data science. It also recognizes that as AI-based predictive technologies evolve, they will begin to match or even outperform skilled professionals in certain areas such as diagnosis and decision making. Hence, our education system must be dynamic and responsive to these technological shifts. The NEP also highlights the need for a robust research ecosystem in areas like biotechnology, nanotechnology, neuroscience, ensuring that India leads in cutting-edge innovation while remaining rooted in ethical and sustainable practices. But the NEP 2020 goes beyond technological advancement. It envisions the creation of global citizens. The very vision of the NEP 2020 highlights that we have to develop our learners as the global citizens. But it also says that they should remain connected to the roots. भारतीय जड़ों से जुड़े रहते हुए हमें अपने विद्यार्थियों को वैश्विक नागरिक बनाना है। ये हमारी NEP 2020 की दृष्टि है और उसे हमेशा ध्यान में रखना है। It reminds us that education must not only produce skilled professionals, but also individuals with empathy, with ethics, with values, and a sense of shared responsibility for the humanity. पूरी मानवता के कल्याण के लिए, वैश्विक कल्याण के लिए, पर्यावरण के संवेदनशील रहने के लिए एक पूरी पीढ़ी का हमें निर्माण करना है। ये हमारी राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति कहती है। The vision resonates deeply with the idea that innovation should serve both national progress and global well-being. और वो इसलिए आप लोग ने पढ़ा होगा कि हमारी राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति कहती है कि हमें भारत को ज्ञान की महाशक्ति बनाना है। और जब हमारे डॉक्टर जी सिंह साहब अभी चर्चा कर रहे थे कि 2004 से तक हमें पूरे देश को हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक बड़ा लक्ष्य रखा है, और वो लाल किले की प्राचीर से उन्होंने कहा है कि 2047 तक जो है हमें भारत को विकसित देश बनाना है, विकसित राष्ट्र बनाना है, हमें आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाना है, हमें स्वदेशी भाव से भरपूर लोग तैयार करने हैं। और उसके साथ साथ उसमें सबसे बड़ा योगदान देने वाला जो प्रदेश है, वो सबसे बड़ा प्रदेश हमारा उत्तर प्रदेश है, जिसके बारे में कि आदरणीय डॉक्टर जी सिंह साहब ने चर्चा की है। ये देश का सौभाग्य है और प्रदेश का सौभाग्य कि हमारे पास आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी जैसे प्रधानमंत्री हैं और श्रद्धेय श्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी जैसे व्यक्तित्व वाले आध्यात्म के तेज से भरपूर हमारे पास मुख्यमंत्री हैं, जिनकी दृष्टि बहुत स्पष्ट है और जिनके विकास के बारे में यह दृष्टि है बहुत स्पष्ट है कि हमें केवल आर्थिक विकास नहीं चाहिए, हमें केवल जो है दूसरे क्षेत्रों का विकास नहीं चाहिए, तो चाहिए ही, लेकिन इसके साथ साथ हमें सांस्कृतिक विकास चाहिए, हमें आध्यात्मिक विकास चाहिए। और इसलिए उत्तर प्रदेश को जब हम आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं तो इन सबके साथ उसको आगे बढ़ाएं। उत्तर प्रदेश का जो विकास है वो समग्रता में हो। We should have the holistic development of the state and the nation। और इसलिए जब हम विकसित राष्ट्र की बात करते हैं तो विकसित राष्ट्र की जो परिभाषा है पूरा विश्व हमसे सीखे कि विकसित राष्ट्र का मतलब क्या है। सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट को डिफाइन किया गया है, जिसको कहा गया है कि सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट वो है जो केवल आज की पीढ़ियों के साथ साथ भविष्य की पीढ़ियों की जरूरतों का भी ध्यान में रखता है। ये समकोष विकास है, इसे टिकाऊ विकास भी कहते हैं, धारणक्षम विकास भी कहते हैं, अलग अलग नामों से इसको जानते हैं, सतत विकास भी कहते हैं। ये सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट की परिभाषा जो है यूनाइटेड नेशंस के द्वारा दी गई है और इसमें सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स भी बनाए गए हैं। भारत उसमें एक राष्ट्र के रूप में एक सिग्नेटरी है जिसमें 17 सस्टेनेबल गोल्स हैं जिनको भी हमें प्राप्त करना है और ये मिलेनियम गोल का एक हिस्सा है। राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति में भी क्वालिटी एजुकेशन फॉर ऑल जो एक सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल है 4.0 उसके बारे में चर्चा की गई है। हमारे सचान साहब ने डॉक्टर कलाम का एक कोट पढ़ा था। मैं भी डॉक्टर कलाम से बहुत प्रभावित रहा हूँ और व्यक्तिगत रूप से मेरा सौभाग्य रहा है कि उनके साथ काफी कुछ समय मुझे बिताने का मौका मिला है विभिन्न विश्वविद्यालयों के कुलपति रहते हुए। और मेरे निवेदन पर वो परलोक गमन से पहले कुछ समय पहले ही कुछ माह पहले इंदौर में पधारे थे विश्वविद्यालय में अपनी एक टॉक देने के लिए। तो डॉक्टर APJ कलाम, द विजनरी साइंटिस्ट and former president of India, not only former president but the people's president of India, once said, and I quote, "Science is a beautiful gift to humanity. We should not distort it." That is very important. Science is a beautiful gift to humanity. We should not distort it. This thought perfectly captures the sense of our discussion today. As we harness AI to build smarter systems, we must ensure we are also building a wiser, more human society. Therefore, as we celebrate each new discovery and invention, it is equally essential to critically evaluate its short and long-term impact on society, on humanity. If an innovation benefits humankind in one aspect but creates unemployment, ethical challenges or social disparities in another, we must pause and ask, is it truly serving humanity? We need high-tech, creative and visionary innovators, but their vision must reflect the spirit of global citizenship. We as Indians carry the great tradition of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, belief that the entire world is one family. As we aspire to become the Vishwa Guru, जिसकी चर्चा हमारे डॉक्टर जी साहब भी कर रहे थे, the world leader, the thought leader of the world, we must also embrace our role as Vaishvik Nagrik global citizens with a sense of responsibility, with compassion, with equality and inclusivity. The wide-ranging applications of AI in drug discovery, delivery, process optimization, and pharmacological studies are opening new frontiers for the pharmaceutical world. I sincerely hope that through this conference, we not only celebrate these innovations, but also engage in meaningful discussions about their potential challenges, ensuring that our progress remains ethical, inclusive, and sustainable. Before I conclude, I extend my heartfelt thanks to the organizing team of the Lloyd Institute for providing this wonderful platform for dialogue and collaboration. I also thank all the participants for their patient hearing and enthusiastic engagement. Let us work together to build a future where technology and humanity advance hand in hand, redefining education, research, and industry through intelligent and responsible innovation. प्यारे विद्यार्थियों, इस विकसित भारत की चर्चा हम लोग कर रहे हैं, इस विकसित उत्तर प्रदेश की चर्चा कर रहे हैं 204 से लेके उसके आज आप लोग जिस मुकाम पे हैं, आप ही उसके कर्ता धर्ता होंगे, आप ही उसके फल चखने वाले होंगे। डॉक्टर जीएन सिंह साहब ने बहुत अच्छी बात कही कि अब लगभग सभी लोग 27 की ओर जा रहे हैं। साहब को मैं देख रहा हूँ, साहब से बच्चा रहा है और ऐसे बहुत से लोग होंगे। तो इसलिए जो जब लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी बढ़ रही है, लेकिन हम लंबी आयु तक जिए भी और लेकिन उसके साथ साथ स्वस्थ भी रहे, क्रियाशील भी रहे, ये महत्वपूर्ण है। जीवन उम्र में नहीं बनना चाहिए, बल्कि जीवन सार्थकता में मुझे लगता है बनना चाहिए। हमारा जीवन विद्यार्थियों केवल सफल न हो, बल्कि हमारा जीवन सार्थक भी हो। हमें आखिरी श्वास में लगे कि हमने कुछ किया है, हमने कुछ जिया है और हम जिसके लिए ईश्वर ने हमको यहाँ भेजा था उसको कार्य को हम करके जा रहे हैं और एक संतुष्टि के साथ हम अपनी आंखों को बंद करें, ऐसी कोशिश हमें अपने जीवन में करनी चाहिए। आप सभी को बहुत शुभकामनाएं, आपका भविष्य उज्जवल हो और लियोड इंस्टीट्यूशन जय हिंद।
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words. I would now request Mr. Manoj Tharani and Dr. Vandana to please felicitate Professor D.P. Singh. We would also request Ma'am Mrs. Kalpana Singh to please join sir on stage. Can we have a big round of applause, please? Can we have a big round of applause? We would like to felicitate Dr. G.N. Singh. Can we have a big round of applause, please? Big round of applause, everybody. We would like to felicitate Professor Ramesh Kumar Goyal. Professor Ramesh Kumar Goyal. And we have a big round of applause, everybody. Big round of applause, please. I'd like to felicitate Professor R.K. Bhatt. Big round of applause, please. We would like to felicitate. Mr. Vipul Gupta. A big round of applause, please, everybody. A big round of applause, please. We would like to felicitate Dr. Ajay Sachan. The professor, please come on stage. A big round of applause, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody. On behalf of the organizing committee, I sincerely thank our esteemed guests for taking out time from their busy schedule. My heartfelt thanks also to our distinguished guests, awardees, and all delegates for making this inaugural session truly meaningful. Your presence and insights have set a perfect tone for the conference ahead. May I now request everyone to please rise up for the national anthem.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
May I now request all the eminent guests to please come on dais for a group photograph. Thank you so much. We request our dignitaries to please proceed for tea for the guest lounge, first floor from gate number 2. Delegates may please remain seated till the guests leave from gate number 1, from gate number 2, sorry. Delegates, please remain seated. We'll be starting the next session exactly after 15 minutes at 12 noon. Thank you, delegates, for staying patient. You may now proceed to the 7th floor for refreshments, and we meet again exactly after 15 minutes at 12 noon for the next session, plenary session 1. AI-driven models can optimize formulation design, predict drug release profiles, and accelerate innovation. As we look forward, AI is not just an aid, it's a catalyst shaping the next generation and intelligent drug delivery systems. So to detail us more on this, I would like to invite Professor Vandana B. Patrawal, Professor, Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences and Technology, Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai. This session will be chaired by Professor Roop Krishan Khar, Emeritus Professor and Advisor, Anandpuriya Group of Institutions, Faridabad, and former Dean at NHOD Jamia Hamdard, and co-chaired by Professor Sanju Nanda, former Dean and HOD, Faculty of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Maharishi Dayanand University, Rohtak. May I request the speaker, chair, and co-chair to please come on stage. May I now request Dr. Chitra Gupta? May I now request Dr. Chitra Gupta, Dean PG, Lloyd Institute of Management and Technology, to welcome Professor Vandana Patrawal. Can we have a big round of applause, please? I would request Chitra ma'am to welcome Professor Khar. Can we have a big round of applause? And request ma'am to welcome Professor Sanju Nanda. A big round of applause, please. Thank you so much. The session chair, Professor Roop Krishan Khar, is a renowned academician and a research scientist. Dr. Khar has served in various administrative and academic positions for more than 35 years at Jamia Hamdard. He has published more than 400 research papers in international and national journals with a cumulative impact point of more than 450. Professor Khar is Professor Emeritus and Advisor of Anandpuriya Group of Institutions. He is the Director of Pharm Limited and a consultancy company, Formulators Concept Limited. He is the Chairman of Good Society of Clinical Research, approved by Drug Control Journal of India and accredited by NABH. Sir is a recipient of several awards. The session co-chair, Professor Sanju Nanda, is a distinguished academician with over 30 years of teaching and 19 years of research experience. She has published over 110 research papers, authored 6 books, including the well-known textbook Cosmetic Technology. Her major research interests include cosmeceuticals, novel dosage forms of plant-based agents, and regulatory affairs. She recently featured in the Stanford University list of the world's top 2% scientists and received the Lifetime Achievement Award by SPSR on their 100th anniversary. So before we begin the session, I'm excited to share that this time we have introduced prizes, total 2 for delegates who successfully answer questions which have been posed by the speaker. So the speaker will be asking 2 questions after the session. So you have to be attentive throughout the session. Stay attentive and win the award. So I would now request the session chair to kindly introduce the speaker.
Very good morning to all of you. Good morning. It's morning going on. I'm sorry, it's great already. Afternoon. Yeah. Well, it's my great pleasure to welcome one of the very, very eminent scientists in pharmaceutical sciences, and particularly from pharmaceutics discipline, because she is one of the leading scientists and she has done extraordinary research work over the last more than 3 decades. Well, I will also try to remind you that she is daughter of Professor H.L. Bhalla, who was the pioneer scientist who gave the new shape to the discipline of pharmaceutics. I think pharmaceutics was quite traditional till I was a lecturer type, assistant professor. But I know those lovely days when Professor Bala and other scientists gave a new twist to the delivery science. And she has been following that, and we pay tribute to that great scientist. And that's how we are able to integrate with the new technology, the AI at the present times. Well, it's very difficult to tell so many things about Vandana ji. She is, as you already know, in one of the premier institutions of our country, Institute of Chemical Technology, which is deemed to be university in Maharashtra. And she has more than 30 years of very useful and rich experience of teaching and research, and in a very, very positive and a wonderful note. Well, more than 200 referred publications which are listed, and she has been listed consecutively in top 200 world scientists in pharmacy published by Stanford University. Her areas of research include development of nanocarriers with major emphasis on infectious diseases, cancer, and neurodegenerative disorders. She is recipient of various different awards, and she is actively collaborating with researchers as well as industries within the country and abroad, and has completed Indo-Swiss, Indo-Ireland, Indo-Japan, and Indo-UK global projects. She is executing all major grants from Indian government focusing on product development. She has transferred about 20 plus technologies to the industry, including the drug-eluting stents being marketed in more than 65 countries. So it's a great scientist and a lovely opportunity to interact with her. And it's very interesting to know that she has been able to use the modern technologies, particularly what we call as computational pharmaceutics. And I find it very interesting that pharmaceutics has already entered into this contemporary area, and in the delivery science of being able to deliver the drugs safely, effectively, and in a better manner. So, with these very few words, because same is the case with drug discovery. We used to spend a lot of time, a lot of trial and error. Same is the case in pharmaceutics. When we select a particular set of excipients, the API and other processing factors, it takes a lot of time. But AI has enabled us to make this exceptional and exponential growth of computing and using of algorithms in the recent years. Without wasting any time, let's give the space to the scientist, Dr. Vandana Patravali, for a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for those kind words. And I seek your blessings before I initiate my lecture, as well as blessings of Dr. Ramesh Purelji, sir. Today, I'm feeling my duty if I do not thank the organizers, so Professor Vandana Arora ji, and as well as Dr. Chitra Gupta, who's been instrumental in making me. So as the title says, I'll be talking today on AI-assisted delivery systems. A way forward. Why have I said delivery systems? Because it's not only drug delivery systems which I'm going to talk to you today, but also vaccines. That's the reason why this title has been designed that way. A morning we heard how AI has been transformational role it is playing. Not only in giving you precision medicine, not only helping you with stabilized, cost-effective delivery systems, but also how it can reduce the cost overall. So a lot of wet lab work is being decreased because we are using AI. Before I start, I'll fail in my duty again if I do not project my own institute, Institute of Chemical Technology, which has given 19 Padma awardees to this country. So this is an institute which is nurturing our growth, giving us all the opportunities which we have, and giving us definitely meaningful efforts which we put in a dedicated way. It gives us wings to fly. These are the contents of my talk. And as very rightly pointed out by Professor Khar, I'll be more talking on computational pharmaceutics, which is now evolved, and it's actually a paradigm shift from earlier pharmaceutics. So let's see. We all know again that we are into era of interdisciplinary research. No longer are the days that formulation scientists would only be doing formulations and pharmacologists would only be doing testing. Not only that, we have gone much beyond that, and we are integrating biophysics, biochemistry, biotechnology, and all other disciplines to move forward. So if you have to do that, obviously you have to use tools which can bring everyone together, tools which understand, and therefore the machine learning part of it becomes important and really helps you do AI in healthcare overall. These are some of the useful things which AI can do. Like for example, radiologist's job has become much easier because all the images can be processed by AI and the ready diagnosis can be given. And same is the case with us researchers. But let's focus on what AI in healthcare is doing and where do we stand today. Look at the statistics. By 2023, the industry, which was projected at around $22,719 million, is now moving towards 2032, $505 billion. So it's a tremendous growth. What we are trying to say here is every year, if you look at it, cumulative annual growth rate is around 50%, which no industry has yet seen, right? Even pharma industry, when we talk about, we say it's around 7 to 8% CAGR. But here we are talking now about 50%, which is huge. And in Asia Pacific region, we are going to be leaders. So that is one thing which we need to keep in mind. If you look at how we used to have complexity earlier, when we were using computational tools, we were more working towards descriptive and diagnostic ways. But now we are moving towards predictive and prescriptive. Prescriptive and prescriptive. So definitely what is happening here is we are looking at something which in advance you can get the information, and therefore your role becomes how to do the basically data collection and infer from there. Not only that, we have got Nobel Prize. These people know, if you look at Dr. Kaplan, Levitt and Marshall, they have won Nobel Prize in chemistry, where they said computer is just as important tool as test tubes. So we cannot refute and we cannot lag behind in using these tools. So far in our country, people have been using computational work for drug discovery, but very slowly and steadily we see now the world of drug delivery also moving fast. If you look at the hypothesis once someone makes, there's a hypothesis in biology. It raises new biological questions, because of which newer technologies come into existence. Once you have newer technologies, new data is getting generated, data is getting computed, and then that puts again efforts for biology. Now replace this biology with any of the disciplines you are working with. It only says that you can go on generating newer and newer, better and better hypotheses, and therefore you can work to give you something which can give social output. What are the tools which generally are used in pharma industry? Look at these tools. When we are working on ligand interactions and molecular dynamics, you work on Schrodinger, Biosue, Totodog. If you want to look at structure-activity relationship, you are looking at mestrogram. If you are working on PBPK, which is a field which is really taken up, it's in limelight now. You do have Gastro Plus, DDD Plus, map check. And if you are working on data, larger data, say proteomics, genomics, if you're working on neuropharmacology, you need to resort to GeneSpring, QSAR Pro, REST, and EthoWatcher. These are the tools which we have been using a lot, Schrodinger, Material Studio, and Bromax, which are indicated the bottom. Now, question of interest is what dictates the level of resolution required when we are talking of any of the simulation methods. So there are many such models. Simplest of the models is continuum and DPD models. So we go from bottom to up. So systems and processes which require larger time, longer time, they will come under DPD and CN. Electrostatic and hydrophobic interactions, if you need to study, for example, in liposomes, group of atoms can be treated as one interaction point. So that becomes your CG, that's coarse grain model. If you're talking about atomistic model, that will assign point charges to each of the atoms. So that is AA model. And then you do have the best model, which is quantum mechanics, wherein you are looking at electronic interaction. So quantum mechanics is the fastest, but the most expensive one. These are the steps. I hope that in yesterday's workshop, something would have been taken as to how do you do simulation, but these are the steps which one have to follow. So you start with molecular construction, go into setting up the simulation box. Before that, you do the force field setup, then do the energy minimization, equilibration, production, and analysis. So I'm not taking much time because I hope and really assume that it has been taken in yesterday's workshop. What I would be focusing on is how can these systems then be used in drug delivery system design and where can it be used? It is up to your imagination where it can be used. But if I have to broadly classify into certain areas, I classify as that they can be used for physicochemical characterization. They could be used for cell membrane interaction. They could be used for interaction with biomolecules, that means in vivo what is happening. As also you would know the fate of intracellular drug delivery systems. We'll look at some examples of these. First is computing drug physicochemical property. You know, initially when I started working on self-microemulsifying drug delivery systems and microemulsions, we used to be doing, you know, and I'm sure Dr. Javed, Dr. Farhan, even sir would agree to me that it used to take at least 3 months for us to do solubility studies. Finding out drug in organic, drug in oil, drug in surfactant, drug in co-surfactant, setting up the method. So all that now is just a click away. So what you are doing is you are doing solubility calculations using Flory-Huggins theory or even the famous Hansen-Hildebrand solubility parameters. So you just feed the data, feed the structure, and you would know where it would be soluble. Because of this, not only solubility parameters, you can also determine what is a glass transition temperature, which is very important. Nowadays, many of you are working on HME, hot melt extrusion. So glass transition temperature prediction can be done beforehand. And therefore, your work would be much more easier if you do it this way. Drug stability towards chemical degradation, partition coefficient, these are some of the things which computer can do faster because there's a lot of database which is available. So the net result definitely is that you can move faster. One case study where indomethacin solubility has been tested. Solubility parameter is nothing but square root of cohesive density. And cohesive density is nothing but energy which is required to vaporize a mole of liquid per unit volume. So these are the related parameters. If you look at the table, the bottom, sorry, the pointer is not working on the screen. But if you look at the table, you will see that if indomethacin has some particular solubility model, you need to select ingredient which will have value closer to that. So value closer to that is given by PEO, polyethylene oxide. And therefore, amongst all those which have been studied, PEO is the better one in which indomethacin will be visible. So this is all by computational way. And then of course you can prove using, certain characterization tools like differential scanning, calorimetry, where your particular component of interest is soluble. Not only that, if you look at other applications, you can study all kind of drug delivery systems, be it lipidic, polymeric, dendrimers, protein peptides, co-crystals, inorganic nanoparticles. And believe me, in each of these categories, I have many case studies, but I cannot present them all. Co-crystal is one technique which is now becoming favorite of all the scientists. And simple technique, which involves only simple, weak interaction, be it hydrogen bond interaction or van der Waals interaction. So you need to select a co-former which just closely binds with the molecule and it increases the solubility many-fold. We have Indo-US and even Indo-Europe projects on co-crystals and drug co-crystals also going on at present. So there, this technique again is useful because solubility parameters will give you so much more information about many things. Looking at lipid-based nanocarriers, this is the safest, most biocompatible drug delivery system one could have because we all eat food. Food has lipidic components and which body takes care. So it's unlike polymer, this field is really growing well and we've been working in this area for last now 30 years. As I mentioned earlier, if you have to represent model lipids, you can do it by many ways. But why people prefer coarse-grained model is shown in this slide. You look at full atomistic model, there are around 149 interaction sites. But if you unite similar atoms, the interaction become only 50. And if you group them together, the groups which have physicochemical properties which are similar, group them together, you have only 12 interaction sites. And on basis of this, the liposome has been depicted like this. So many times you have seen in books, but you do not know why this has come into picture, right? So definitely, if you have the hydrophilic heads and the hydrophobic tails, it assembles to give you a bilayer vesicle structure, which is represented in this form. And computational language will understand it only by coarse-grained model. So that is one thing which we need to keep in mind. You do get good properties from computational pharmaceutics, like you can know structure of these liposomes. You have different kinds of liposomes, as you know. You can know dynamics of liposomes. Are they flexible enough? You will also know the permeation properties of liposome if you use molecular pharmaceutical studies. Look at the model membrane data. You can generate in silico all this data. What I'm showing you today is only the in silico data and what information we are deriving out of that. So look at the phospholipid bilayers it could generate or skin lipid membranes it could generate. So if you are working on, say, permeation enhancers and you want to look at which one is the best, how we used to do earlier, use Franz cells, right? And then use some, either the animal skin or the artificial skin membrane or the cadaver skin, and that experiment used to run for hours together. Now this is in matter of minutes to hours, you can know which particular permeation enhancer works best. And that type of study also can be done. And I think I might have one video here where simulation studies of stratum corneum lipid mixture is indicated. So this is what computational model would do. It will generate for you the bilayer membrane and then you add whatever ingredient you want to and see whether it remains on the epidermal side or whether it goes to the blood side. Polymeric drug delivery, you can control the cellular uptake of nanoparticles using pH sensitive polymers. So this particular case studies indicating endocytosis of nanoparticle polymer complex, what happens under external pH. Without doing the study, you are knowing which particular pH you would have engulfing into the cytoplasm and what pH is not being favored. So if you see the middle one, B, it is not favorable. But if you look at A and C, where pH is low or pH is high, NPs are getting engulfed. So this is the kind of information which in silico experiments are giving. So you can go back, do the experimental studies and prove. And this happens in a much, much faster way. Dendrimers and dendrons, pharmaceutics people would know, right? We say that they are hyperbranch structures. Now, hyperbranch structure but are in nanometric scale. So what are the properties which you can get? Definitely you can study flexibility and binding efficiency in silico. So you can look at what is the generation number. Now, for example, you want to do a study what interaction it has with the nucleic acid, say DNA. So whether dendrimer changes in shape or whether it changes the shape of DNA itself, that also is possible to do in silico. I've already mentioned about this, but I think the next slide will indicate the function of generation number. Those of you again are familiar with dendrimers, you know that you go on building generations, right? So you have G3 generation, G4, G5. That means you are starting from a core point of hyperbranch structure. So in this case, what has been shown is G5 changes the DNA shape. What is indicated in blue, not just as a schematic representation, I'm showing you on the right hand side. Left side is difficult to interpret, right? So the right side, if you focus, if you look at G3, what is happening, G4, what is happening, and G5, what is happening. In case of G3, minute deformation happens in DNA. In case of G4, both DNA and dendrimer are deformed. And in case of G5, DNA is deformed, but dendrimer behaves almost as a rigid body. So what do you want? If you want something to be delivered into the nucleus, both should get deformed. Or if you don't want that, then in that case, you have to resort to the other option. So in silico, it gives you idea whether you want to go for G3, G4, G5 before you can synthesize it also, right? So that is a kind of information which we are getting. This is one example where mechanism of endosomal escape for pH responsive dendrimers has been indicated. Not moving. Okay. Yeah. So Martini simulation has been used here. No, not many people will have Martini simulation, but it indicates how a G4 dendrimer and a membrane will behave at different pH levels. Now, all of you know that when tumor side pH goes down, it becomes little acidic. So whether at that acidic pH, whatever you have designed, be it nanoparticles or microparticles, specifically nanoparticles work, whether they behave the proper way. In endosomes, dendrimers, the dendrimers which have been designed get protonated. Once they get protonated, they increase the osmotic pressure. Keep in mind that nanoparticles do enter cytoplasm. They go into endosome, but they need to escape from endosome if you have to get nucleic acid delivery. Delivery into the nucleus. Cytoplasm delivery is very easy. Most of the people are doing. But selective reaching to the nucleus, it's very important. So in this case, endosome get formed at around pH 5. So you change the molecular environment. I told you the steps. Then you go on changing the pH and see what happens. So very clearly downside, if you see, at around pH 5, endosome formation takes place. And then because of the osmotic pressure, it breaks, it ruptures. So nanoparticles have to come out of endosomes also to act. And now, in fact, even we are working on this, but siRNA, can you train the machines, to by giving them various siRNA sequences, by giving them different lipid compositions, by giving them different delivery routes. And that's how your vaccine came into market, right? mRNA vaccine, how did it come up so soon? It is because the structures were known. Structures of your liposomes and other lipid-based nanoparticles came, LNPs came, right? Those structures were known. Your receptors were known. So which siRNA sequence, which particular amino acids should be used, that is all had to be changed. And that can also be done with this. I think I take next 10 minutes to give you some of our studies which we have done, which are again, most of the studies which I'm presenting are first in world kind of study. We have used in ocular mucoretention computer-aided drug delivery. What have we done here? We have made drug polymer conjugates. Idea was that Norflox and other agents, which have to be administered into the eye twice, thrice, maybe when people undergo certain injections into the eye 4 times daily, right? Can we reduce that? We can reduce if we can make drug and polymer composites, but these composites should stay with mucin for a longer period of time. So I'm sure all of you know that tear film is made up of lipid, aqueous phase, mucin. So mucin interaction was very important for us. So after we synthesized, we looked at binding interactions which are happening. And if binding interactions are good, definitely the dosage form would perform well. So this technology we have given to one particular industry, but just to give you the concept, what we did is we used only one-stop facile synthesis, wherein we have used Norflox with PMB, MA, and made a polymer conjugate, drug polymer conjugate. When we do the studies, you can see on the right-hand side aqueous solvation energy. Look at the Norflox, only the drug itself is -113, and there's a high shift when you're using the drug polymer conjugate. That itself says that yes, you are getting formation of drug polymer conjugate. And then we did the studies binding interactions with mucin in silico first. So when we did these studies, you can see that when you have drug polymer complex, lot of red bonds, just for your knowledge, those who cannot see in the back, red indicates that there is more interaction. If that happens, meaning you have a good system which is going to bind to the mucin. And then we tested it in vitro and we tested it in vivo also. Results I'm showing you of in vitro, that just by making the drug polymer complex, you can see that you could get once daily administration because release is slow and prolonged. So one could use such systems very well. So now that is a platform technology, right? You can take any drug, complex it using, of course, it has to have functional groups, same as Norflox, and then complex it and move forward. Another example is of polymeric hydrogels, which we actually use for vaccine delivery. So this work we had done for brucellosis, which was a Bill Melinda Gates award. And then we did it for COVID, which was a grant, a huge grant from DBT. And again, both we have successfully transferred. What did we do using in silico studies here? I had proposed that we will use green technology for making nanoparticles. That means I didn't want to use any of the solvents in this particular case. And we were using supercritical method for fabrication of nanoparticles. So supercritical, you know, is a technique which uses supercritical carbon dioxide. Low temperatures, low pressures, one-step synthesis. So my aim in this particular study was to identify a polymer. This we have done for the first time. Again, waste material, right? We are talking about sustainability today a lot. So it's tamarind seed polysaccharide, comes from tamarind seeds which are thrown. So this particular polysaccharide was used and we studied a lot of low molecular weight gelators for it. It was necessary that you gelate this and then you release the pressure to give you nanoparticles. So in this particular study, we have made good nanoparticles which are stable. What is the advantage of this? We are using it for nasal delivery. You know, most of the vaccines are cold chain transport. So our aim was, can we have stable systems which can be administered to the nasal cavity? And answer is yes. So you don't need cold chain transport, but it saves a lot of time for industry. And in this case, we could use mechanistic evaluation of gel network formation, and we looked at interaction of xyloglucan with n number. In fact, I would say, I'm just giving you representatives here, but n number of gelators. And definitely the work with polysorbate 80, work with glycerol, work with water, everything was done in silico. And finally, you had to use only water or glycerol as a gelator. Safe system. So you don't need any solvent. Again, I repeat, you don't need any solvent to make nanoparticles. So that is something which we got. But before that, we did in silico to identify which gelator can give us nanoparticles. This is another case study. We are now talking about, I'm sure Sir Dr. Goel would take in detail, reverse engineering, repurposing. So here, what have we done in case of polyphenol bonding? This is again a DBT project and award we got here from President for Gyati, Gandhi Young Technological Innovation Award. So what was the hypothesis? We wanted to look at whether these polyphenols which you daily use can act as anti-AIDS agent. Will they have GP120CD4 binding inhibitory properties? So with that hypothesis, we looked at theaflavin, EGCG, ellagic acid, gallic acid, and we did in silico screening. In this in silico screening, when you get RMCD plot, and it is a plateau, it is much better than when you get ups and down. So we could get with some of the ingredients of plateau. So we went for in vitro screening, and in vitro screening gave us really good results again here. But when we came to this molecular dynamic simulation, we looked at the crystal structure. All this is available in silico now, right? This crystal structure of HIV1, GP120 is known. So this is available. You look at how your ingredients of choice interact with this particular receptor. You'll be surprised, really surprised at these results. When we started work, there was only one molecule from Bristol Myers Squibb, which gave us glide score of minus 6.145. Minus 6.145. By the time we finished study, 806 came. There's another derivative, sorry, when we started it was minus 5. Another derivative came which was giving us minus 6 as a glide score. And look at the glide score which our test molecules are giving. What are those test molecules? Curcumin, derived from turmeric. And THC. What is THC? It's tetrahydrocurcumin. Why did we go for that? Tetrahydrocurcumin doesn't have any color, doesn't stain. Curcumin stains. So THC is giving much, much better than the synthetic analogs. What does the story tell us? It tells us that you can make a system using THC, use it for vaginal microbicide, use it as a rectal microbicide, it is going to work fast. So we have done both. Project was for rectal microbicide, but then we did even vaginal microbicidal studies. So as such, the gel can be used as a lubricant. The moment I put THC, it can be used as anti-AIDS. So that is the kind of information you can derive from these studies. And this is the last study wherein we have looked at, nowadays is a boom, right? Everyone is talking about semaglutide and whether we can have a substitute for SNAC. In our lab, we do have substitute for SNAC. And all that we did because we could use in silico studies. So we did a lot of studies to do enzyme active site mapping, did validation, did lot of excipient screenings, looked at how the ligands interact, molecular dynamics, molecular docking studies, everything was done. And here we have one system. If the technical team can play the video, you will see that we have a functional material which can actually, technical team, can you play the video? Okay, even if it is not available, I can say that This particular P lipid we designed, it's a functional lipid and it has two long chains and it self-assembles. So what you have to do, how simple is the system? You have to put this P lipid in water and put your drug which is water soluble, right? The moment you do that and stir, self-assembled system is formed. And that self-assembled system, we absorbed it, put it in capsules and delivered it. It has given us delivery of salmon calcitonin. It has given us delivery for insulin, and now we are doing it for semaglutide. So another substitute for SNAP. I think with this, I'm coming to conclusion that you can definitely using AI accelerate drug discovery and development. You are saving time. You are enhancing precision. You are enhancing personalization. Very good for personalized delivery, right? If you can know the genes and give the data to machine learning, definitely it can tell you which one will work better for you. It enables smart drug delivery system design. So now we are designing on the nanoparticles, what can we put, which ligand can be put, which can give us better efficacy, first in silico, then in vitro, then in vivo. We can also transform pharmaceutical innovation because obviously of the benefits which we get and optimize clinical trials. I'm sure you have better people to talk about it. These are the research interests. We work on varied technologies, so we've not left any field, be it cosmeceutical, nutraceuticals, or drug delivery systems. Not only that, diagnostic devices, because we get students from different streams. We have biotech students coming to us, so we have bioprocess technology course, we have pharmaceutical biotechnology course. So we are trying to integrate knowledge of all fields to get the best results. And these are some of the technology platforms which we have. Only some, the slide is little old and most of it has gone to industry. These are some of the technology transfers which I am indicating here, including drug-eluting stents, which sir mentioned. All of this would not have been possible if we didn't have support from government agencies and our industry alike. So I would fail in my duty if I do not actually acknowledge them. And again, I dedicated today's award also to my students, right? And this is what my students read when they join the lab. And I keep reiterating them. If you read this particular quote, you will know my idea is focus. Once you have selected a goal, just focus on that goal. You can change ways to reach that goal, but do not change the goal. Many times people do give up. Do not give up anything. So that's the way to success. And this is my smiling team who is saying thank you to all. Thank you.
Session. I would request ma'am to please ask 2 questions related to your talk with the audience. Let us see who can answer.
Okay, first question is, which model is used for liposome generation? Fast, quick. For liposome generation, of all the models, which model is used? Do I have to give options now? You can. Quantum mechanics, atomization, coarse grain, none of the above. Now they know. So they are so used to objective type of question. Okay. The second one is, what would you use for PBPK modeling? Please raise your hands. I'm not giving options this time. PBPK modeling. So again, I have to give you that is bad. Okay, DDD plus, gastro plus, simulation plus, none of the above. Or all of the above. All of the above. That's right.
Very good. So please come who answered all of the above. Can you please come forward?
Okay, besides that, if there are any questions to me, please do ask.
So first of all, you gave a wonderful presentation. The research group is doing extraordinarily good. And my question is that I was talking to a dermatologist, and the concern with the dermatologist was that whenever we talk of topical application, what should be the dose? So my question is, can AI offer any solution for deciding the dose of a topical system?
Thank you. Thank you first for the compliments and for the question. So yes, the last part which we were talking about, right, PBPK modeling. So if you know the drug properties well, now you have Gastro Plus. Earlier it was giving you solutions only for oral. Now they have gone much in depth and it is giving you idea about the topical as well as pulmonary. So I've been told that a lot of machine data learning has happened. Having said that, it's always, I would say that you do in silico, you always, when I work, I at least work at 3 different doses. Do stability studies with 3 different doses, do permeation with 3 different doses, and then finally you need to do kinetic studies, right? So dermatokinetics you cannot make do. That has to be done. But some idea using AI you can get.
Any other question? So I would request our students, I would request ma'am to please present an award to our students. Tell your name and your institute which you belong.
Good afternoon, everyone. Krishti Guptani from Plenary.
Thank you and congratulations.
We give her a round of applause.
I am Mohammad Imdadul Islam from LIMT.
From LMIT. Congratulations to the institute.
Congratulations. Thank you, Vanda ma'am, for a wonderful session. I would request Khar sir, the chair of the session, to please conclude the session.
Well, it has been a brilliant presentation, up to the mark, contemporary, and futuristic. I'm really overwhelmed that we have scientists in our country who are moving with the times. Not only moving with the times, they are going ahead and seeing that our pharmaceutical sciences moves ahead with leaps and bounds. Well, I think there's going to be an exponential growth when we use this technique of computational pharmaceutics and use of algorithms nowadays. This discipline of computational pharmacist has certainly emerged, which integrates such big data, artificial intelligence, and multi-scale modeling techniques with pharmaceutics, hardcore pharmaceutics, where we say it is making use and mixing and in different proportions active pharmaceutical ingredient with different types of excipients, biopolymers, because we always play with hydrophilic and hydrophobic properties of the drug or of the various different excipients to optimize their delivery, to optimize their control nature or sustainability. That's all what can be done in a flick of a second by making use of computational pharmaceutics. She has given a wonderful lecture, very highly technical. And I think our students, the new generation, should understand that they have to customize the requirements of their subject. It's very important, It's like a seed. You have to find what you want to learn. Well, she has very nicely said that we have made a transition from diagnostic and descriptive science. जैसे हम कितना टाइम लगाते थे, आपको solubility करनी है, अब फलानी experiment, अब 3 महीने 4 महीने, आप तो you feed the data, you get it right away. So we have made a transition to predictive and prescriptive future. That's very, very important. Friends, younger generation understand that drug discovery as well as computational pharmaceutics are two very, very important tools which are going to play a big role in the future sciences. Then she mentioned about PPPK. You know, certainly I think what we are trying to do now, particularly what we call as precision medicine. In this case, what we want to find out that which is the disease marker. You try to image the physiology of a patient. If you can find out that marker, that parameter quantitatively or qualitatively by having a model software or PBPK, you will be able to make and use the drugs more precisely or more accurately to have better efficacy. So I would like to say that there are a lot of applications, and you see whether you're talking about physico-chemical properties, ये तो बहुत बड़ा issue रहता था हमारे साथ. जब तक physico-chemical issue जो है वो sort out नहीं होता है, हम आगे ही नहीं बढ़ सकते. इसके लिए मैडम ने बड़े-बड़े अच्छे सॉफ्टवेयर्स, बड़े-बड़े अच्छे समाधान बताए हैं. Whether you are outside in vitro, whether you are in the cell, whether it is intracellular, whether it is in the endosome, whether it is in the cytoplasm, whether you want to go to the nucleus, सब की आपके पास इतना अच्छा solution है. तो आप अगर अब अच्छा काम नहीं कर पाएंगे, अगर फिर भी आप me too काम करेंगे, me too research करेंगे, then God bless you. So it is a time for innovation, ladies and gentlemen. There are a lot of tools, lot of things are available for you, and whether it is solubility calculations, miscibility, and all that, it can be done. So in silico studies, they will form, I think, more than 80% of the work. Am I right, madam? So it just like पहले हम बड़े 100 निकालते थे phytochemistry से या synthesis से, उसमें से फिर 100-200 निकाल के उसमें से 1 या 2 को फिर shortlist करते थे. अब तो वो सारा solution आपके पास, it is just by having the appropriate knowledge, by having the appropriate aptitude, by being proactive. Only that it will not happen like that, you know. You have to study, you have to be committed. तो machine learning की भी बात बताई मैडम ने, तो बड़ी अच्छी चीजें हैं. Suppose we are able to feed the data to the machine, तो आपकी problem सारी solve हो जाती है बड़ी अच्छी तरह से, बड़े आराम से. तो उन्होंने बहुत से और भी इनके जो इंस्टीट्यूशन में बड़ा अच्छा रिसर्च का काम होता है, and she has already given us in what is the type of work they are doing. सबसे पहले last slide थी, it is very important, which she has quoted Vivekananda. Swami Vivekananda was a great spiritual master. उसने एक ही चीज बताई, इसमें अगर आप इसको समझ लोगे ना, आप तर जाओगे. एक चीज को करते रहो. You should have a passion. You should have a goal. आपका passion एक होना चाहिए. अगर आपकी एक ही एरिया में नैनो डिलीवरी हो या कोई भी चीज हो, उसको आप करते रहोगे 15 years, certainly you are going to come out with some discoveries. That is what she said. Lastly, she has also given an example of various different technologies which have been developed at ICT and which has been translated into a particular product, and it is an example of translation work. मैं यही कहना चाहता हूँ आप सब लोगों को, आजकल के ज़माने में पेपर पब्लिश करने का टाइम तो अब खत्म हो गया. I don't want to say don't publish papers. You publish good papers, of course, but try to apply your knowledge. Try to find out some application to the patient. Try to find out some application to the healthcare. Only then your work, your stay, your work is useful. With these words, I congratulate for Dr. Vandana Patravale for giving such a wonderful lecture and inspiring me as well in the meantime. And I'm very pleased to have that and see that, we are very, very ahead in our country. हम पीछे नहीं
suits the regulators. It is acceptable with the regulators and the regulatory framework of filing. And is like instead of having a reactive testing, now it is proactive and predictive testing. Say for borderline internal users. So predictive testing. So once you predict it, you decide whether to take that ingredient or drug moiety or bioorganic moiety or chemical moiety for that matter for cosmeceutical benefit. So definitely today's session, I must also thank the organizers for holding this kind of a conference, making the audience, making the participants, making even us as teachers aware of this particular tool, this tool which is almost revolutionized every sphere, and now the pharma world is going to get benefit out of it. So today's participation has really enriched my life, and her presentation definitely is added to it. I congratulate the organizers, Dr. Varna Sethi and everybody here. And once again, congratulate Dr. Varna Pajrawali for a marvelous and very motivational and very inspirational lecture. Thank you so much and best wishes.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I will now request the chair, Professor Khar, and co-chair, Professor Nanda, to felicitate Professor Vandana. Can we have a round of applause, please? I would now request Dr. Vandana, Group Director, to kindly felicitate Professor Khar and Professor Sanju Nanda. Can we have a round of applause, please? Request everyone for a group photograph on stage. A group photograph, please. Can we have a group photograph on stage? Thank you so much, ma'am and sir. Starting with panel session 1, Integrating AI and ML in Pharmacy Education and Research, Way Forward, Opportunities and Challenges. This panel will discuss how AI and machine learning can enrich pharmacy education and research ecosystems. From curriculum innovation to data-driven experimentation, the opportunities are vast, yet challenges remain. Today's experts will share perspectives on building a future-ready generation of pharmacists empowered by AI. So this session will be moderated by Dr. Neetu Kamra, Professor Analytics and HR, and Head Executive Education Program and Center for Data Analytics and AI Initiatives, Lloyd Business School. So we will request everybody to wait for 2 minutes for the setup. May I now request Dr. Lalit Kumar Tyagi, Principal, Lloyd Institute of Management and Technology, to please come on stage. Welcome our panelists. May I call upon Professor Arun Nanda. He is a professor in the Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Maharishi Dayanand University, Rohtak. Professor Nanda retired as a senior professor from MD University, Rohtak in December 2024 and is presently re-employed as a professor in the Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences, MD University, Rohtak. He has more than 35 years of teaching experience and has several national and international publications to his credit. Sir is a registered scientific advisor under Patents Rule 2003 in Pharmaceuticals with Government of India and is a lifetime member of various professional bodies. Our next panelist on board, may I invite Professor Farhan Jalis Ahmed, Professor, Department of Pharmaceutics and former Dean, School of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, Jamia Hamdard, New Delhi. May I request everybody to give a round of applause. He has 30 years of experience in research and teaching. The focus of his group is in nanomedicine, and many of his nano products have been transferred to the defense services. He has been granted projects worth rupees 5.5 crores and has more than 650 publications. He has been earned many accolades. I would like to invite Dr. Rahul Singh Amritraj, CEO, Center for Medical Innovation, Government Institute of Medical Sciences, Greater Noida, a clinician, innovator, and healthcare strategist. He combines a background in maxillofacial surgery and dentistry. May we give a big round of applause to him. Dr. Singh leads flagship programs like Startup OPD, Nirman Super 20, and Indian Design, connecting innovators with real clinical problems. The moderator of the session will be Dr. Neetu Kamra, Professor and Head Executive Education Program, Lloyd Business School. She is a seasoned professional with over 22 years of experience in both corporate and academic sectors. She currently leads data sciences and AI initiatives under the IBM Career Education Program. Awarded the Best Young Faculty in Data Sciences by Analytics Indian Magazine, Dr. Kamra has conducted training at leading institutions. We welcome all of you. And over to the panel now.
A very good afternoon to all present here, especially the guests of honor present and the dignitaries at the stage. Artificial intelligence came as a thud. It vibrated and revibrated and told us it is here to survive. And today is the time where that AI that existed as a thud has taken a seat which vibrates into stagnancy of a long membership with the human fraternity. Today we are talking about a very, I would say the very fact that the topic has used a very finite word which says embrace, has already taken up the challenges of whether AI needs to be accepted, not accepted, or for that matter, how quickly we need to react to AI and AI interventions. Embrace, what I see today, is the kind of work like Dr. Vandana Patrawal ma'am has just dignified on the stage today, where labor, hard work, and innovation, technology together with celebrating humanity was brought on a single stage platform. And it is embracement of that particular thought, perspective, and leadership that today we want to celebrate with this particular delegation of discussion that we are here today. It is said where the art of medicine is loved, that is where the art of true love to humanity begins. Medicine can be seen as an art of probabilities and a science of uncertainties. Medicine for us has been a healer not just for diseases, but even for doubts. Today, I am here to represent the IBM Business Analytics Lab at Lloyd to confront the dignitaries with some very basic questions that the students today should be able to vibrate and take home the legacy of AI which has just started. Here are the people who lived by the knowledge, and there are the people who will ingrain the future technology into the knowledge which has been garnered by a repository of knowledge which is being witnessed by all of us. So on that note, I welcome all the speakers for the day, and I begin with Nandaji. Sir, I want to understand from the perspective of the students who are sitting here as delegates, what do you think is the role of AI in pharmaceutical today, taking the perspective of the youth who will be taking and garnering this knowledge further to practicality?
Thank you, ma'am. To answer your question, I will pose a few questions to the audience, particularly the students. How many of you have ever used ChatGPT or AI to make a presentation? Wonderful. I can see many hands. How many of you have used AI to submit a synopsis or a presentation, a project? Sometimes your teacher might give you a small topic. So how many of you have ever used AI to collect the material? Wonderful. Thank you. How many of you have seen some videos in pharmacy, for example, say on tablet production or on pharmaceutical operations? Has anybody seen? Okay. How many of you have used pharmacology software? This is a part of the syllabus. How many of you have used? Okay. So, ma'am, I believe the students are well versed, but the only thing is that we have to reiterate what is the application. I would divide the application of AI in pharma colleges in three ways. Number one, how is it beneficial to the students? The students have already indicated they are using it. How AI is beneficial to the teachers. And lastly, how AI is beneficial to the institution as far as the administration and the day-to-day business is concerned. So what I believe is that as far as the application of artificial intelligence, pharmacy institutions is concerned, these are the three areas where I've seen that AI is really beneficial. And I would request my co-panelists further elaborate on this.
Professor Farhan and Dr. Ravi, I would like to hear from you as well. How do you see the involvement of AI in research and development? Because it generally happens that we are ready to conclude before we take decisive decisions with AI. Does it hinder research or does it proliferate research? Is my understanding, if I could understand from your perspective. Does AI help you to come to conclusion faster, or does it help human mankind to further delve into it? It's a dichotomy at the same time. How can AI be used in research for further strengthening it rather than coming to a conclusion?
Good afternoon. First of all, I'm thankful to both gentlemen, Professor Ravi. First for organizing such a discussion, which is need of the hour, and gathering such a good gathering. It's wonderful to see all the young students who are present here and listening to these technical sessions. I'm thankful to Professor Avanda Patravali. She always surprises and amazes with her research, and she has made our job much easier because she has clearly demonstrated how you can use these platforms and what is the importance of these platforms. If you see the case of Turkey and THC, where she has clearly demonstrated by using these platforms and these tools, she can she has suggested new molecules with new indication, with new activity, where multinational companies are also doing synthetic molecules, and she can propose those same activity from a natural molecule by using those synthetic evaluation, by using those simulation, by using those AI-based or machine learning-based tools. So today, it is the need of the hour that our students should develop these skills, although they are much smarter than us. They know more about these platforms, social media, AI, but now there is a need to connect those things with their education, with their research. So I think it will be very good to the research. It will help us translate our ideas into reality. It will help us translate in understanding the behavior of material, be it raw material, be it API, be it various types of polymers, I think the limit it is limitless. So that has opened us a horizon of opportunities where we can understand, we can take many help from multidisciplinary approaches, and we can take help from all over the world, because now the world is a single platform where we can simply connect with all the researchers and use those tools. So I think it's a wonderful thing. It will help us in coming to the conclusion, in coming to the new technologies, in developing new therapies in a very short period of time. Although to bring a product to the market, we have to do real studies on human beings, on animals. That is one thing. But we can save a lot of time in our in vitro, in vivo studies, where earlier we used to take 6 months, 1 year, 2 years in only developing a formulation. Now that can be done in a much faster way, and we, because of the predictive models, we can have better outcomes.
So moving to the fact that we have AI, which is a very integral role played into the implementation of the development of products, which are an outcome of R&D in terms of pharmaceuticals. My question would be, how much can we rely on the output generated through AI for a life-changing drug, which could empower or disempower a human life? How much of AI can be dependable and how much cannot be? If a little light can be thrown on that.
I was just sharing my experience. I directed one of my PhD scholars to summarize his PhD work in 200 words. So he turned to ChatGPT. Got it? I said, "ये तुमने क्यों नहीं लिखा?" Because I could understand his style of writing. And then I could find out a particular mistake. Like we did not do the kinetic bioavailability studies. We did the kinetic studies mentioned. So my advice to all the students and the supervisors, yes, use ChatGPT. It's a very useful work. But at the same time, you should be cautious.
I'll try to simplify things of my understanding of AI and no rocket science. So I come from this government medical college, which has established country's first incubation center in the government hospital. And we see a lot of startups working in this domain, both in the areas of software as medical device and hardware as medical devices. And now everyone is using AI. So AI has become the new buzzword. The very important part, where do we see the AI next 3-4 years is very, very important. In a country like ours, where a lot of engineering skills, a lot of computer skills are, still the AI is evolving day to day and every day. But the use cases of AI in healthcare is pretty different. Just for an example, I'll tell you, there's a particular startup. He had developed an algorithm where you speak to the app for 20 seconds and this can diagnose your mental health condition. This sounds so interesting. They were doing revenue too. But when they came down to our medical school and they wanted us to use that software, our team of doctors did not agree to what they said. Because it uses an algorithm where your voice tone would be used and a pattern of the algorithm will tell you whether this is depression, anxiety, what. But then into healthcare, it is not about yes or no. When we see a patient, I was talking to one of our senior doctors. When we see a patient, it is not just about seeing a patient. How does the patient walk in my opinion? How does he respond to my verbal communication, inverbal communications? And after that, we come to a differential diagnosis. After that, we prescribe few tests, and then we come to a final diagnosis. So there's a process of treating a patient. When we think of using AI bluntly, how we see people using AI for their classwork or homework or assignments, It is not that easy for what we do in healthcare, and it cannot be, because it is the decision. Diagnosis is a decision of the clinician, and that decides the intervention in the patient. And those intervention comes in the form of the pharma, the entire pharma world product that decides the outcome of the patient. Bluntly saying that AI works on a mechanism called machine learning. Machine learning is the good quality of data will make it a good quality of machine. There's something called voice and noise. If at all I have to create an algorithm of 200 children's, probably I would ask everyone in the crowd to speak something and make a data bank out of it. But then when I have to only talk about anxiety voice banks, we need institutions both in the medical side and in the research side to classify the quality of data. If we are able to make those quality of data banks and then train the machine learning over it, which we are doing at few of the medical schools, then only you will be able to create an adjunct where they will be assistive to doctors. Everybody says that doctors will be replaced. Medicine is an art. And how do we practice our art that is separate for separate doctors? What I believe that AI will always be complementary, but then talking about the education, research, and the output of AI in terms of research, it will always be about quality of data, and quality of data will be contributed by research institutions. And then probably after a time, probably 2-3 years from now, we'll have more accurate data. More accurate data will create more models because of whatever examples we were seeing over slides, these softwares. Very few of these software are made in India. Very few. If you think of a tomorrow, probably next 2-3-4 years, that we develop our own algorithm, own set of platforms, it requires our Indian origin data. If we talk about clinical trial and use of AI, lot of training of the machine learning has been done from Western world. In the absence of the protocol here in our country, we are still coming out with policies or data regulations. If somebody comes out to my hospital and will ask for clinical data, I'm not going to give to them on a pen drive. There needs to be a cohesive mechanism where research institutions, clinical institutions, and ethical AI people will have to come together to produce quality data, and then probably we'll see a better outcome of AI. AI is not a threat, it is a tool.
Carved out as a response. So that is exactly what my next question would be to the dais here. How do we create an ecosystem of existence of AI in pharma in terms of having educational institutes, R&D, and also industry, and also job profiling in industries which would be able to give resources like the youth who is sitting in front, who equip themselves in AI and pharma education to be placed in industry. So how do you think we are all in a nascent stage and each domain is developing and seeing how they are developing in the phase of embracing AI? What do you think would act as a collateral basis for each of the domains of the ecosystem to be able to embrace AI to its totality in pharmaceuticals?
I believe there are a number of teachers and administrators here. I'm sure that whenever you go for any accreditation, let it be National Board of Accreditation or NAC or the upcoming Quality Council of India, in association with Pharmacy Council of India, there are certain parameters where you can use AI very efficiently. For example, how to identify slow learners and fast learners, and how do you take remedial actions to register what progress they have made by your actions. Similarly, there is a very simple but sometimes a very complex thing, that is COPO mapping. And here also definitely your AI can help. And whenever we go for accreditation exercises, the first question we ask is, there are particular subjects like our students here would agree that there are some subjects where the students particularly find difficulties could be say organic chemistry, could be say pharmaceutical jurisprudence, could be pharmaceutical engineering. The simple interpretation of results using AI could help the pharmacy institution to find out what are the problematic areas, and then AI also would enable the students to overcome their difficulties. Similarly, I believe for any pharmacy institution, a very important part is the attrition rate. Why do students drop out? So here also, AI can, if we are maintaining the record of students, AI can definitely help to predict that this student is particularly facing such kind of problem and he needs support. See, I remember one of the great scientists, Albert Einstein, he said, I'm trying to quote him here in my words. See, if you ask all the students, can you climb a tree? Some of them are fishes. Some of them are more comfortable in water. So here our education system, what we are doing is, we are taking a test, say 1 hour. Now, how many students are able to, with a particular speed? So I have come across many students who know this subject, but who are not able to complete in a given coursework of time. So here the problem is, we are evaluating all the students by the same yardstick, whereas some of the students are actually very good, but they are not performing good in the examinations. So this is where AI would help the pharmacy teachers, and also particularly to adhere to the accreditation bodies guidelines. It will help. For example, you want to find out which topics are out of syllabus, with beyond the syllabus. So where you can focus. For example, Lloyd group of institutions has very aptly identified AI. Now the point is, if you take the help of AI, you will be able to find out what are the particular areas where your students can find jobs. What are the particular areas where they should more specialize. Some of the students are more efficient in mathematics. Some of them are more comfortable in chemistry. Some of them are more comfortable in computers. So AI can also help the students and the teachers to find out which particular specialization they should take in their masters, or as say extra subjects and so on.
First of all, I just want to tell students, as my co-panelist has said, that AI is a tool, and it is not something which can replace doctors, which can replace scientists, and it is a tool which can save time, which can specifically focus on the outcome. You can have different type of outcomes from the same data. I still remember when we used to do clinical trials, I think 10, 20 years back, and in multi-center clinical trials, a person has to travel, has to go to different hospitals to collect the data, to check the data, and it usually takes a lot of time, months and months, just to collect the data and then analyze it. Nowadays, a person who is sitting in the central, in his office, can simply online collect the data, analyze it by using various softwares. You can simply look, if you are looking for a specific outcome, you can see that outcome. If you are looking for a specific side effect, undesirable side effect, all those can easily be found out by simply using a software, by simply using AI. Earlier, these things, sometimes when we were doing it manually, many a times, many undesirable effects or side effects, they are missed out. And because of the complexity of the data, where we are using thousands of patients or 2,000 patients, multi-centric trial, sometimes many important things are missed out. But nowadays, by changing the software, by developing using AI and machine learning aspects, these things becomes much easier, more specific, and we can reduce the errors. So this is one application which we are using in clinical trial. So to equip our students, we have to develop those skills. We have to evolve very rapidly because this science and this area is changing every day. Every day we are finding new applications, new uses. Our universities, our regulators, maybe we cannot expect that every day we can change the syllabus. I think institutions and colleges has to, as today we are having in Lloyd, we have this type of discussions. So we have to inform and educate our students about these upcoming skills. Maybe we have to organize a number of workshops. We can tell them about these softwares, about these developments. So at least these skills can be developed and the students can use these skills and they can find jobs. So I think this is one of the most important thing, where we can at least train our students and create opportunities like this in various platforms, in various colleges, in various institutions.
Very truly said, sir. So the consensus that we have come right now is to the understanding that machine learning is all about getting the labeled data, having ML algorithms, and we get the kind of output that it requires, and we are able to see what kind of an interpretation the output could be applied to maybe deployed back into the industry again. So as a youth, powerful youth Indian population pick some of the very positive assets that India has. How do you think that these assets could help in providing the right kind of data or for getting the right kind of data for ML algorithms or AI deployments? Because at the end of the day, it is all about the right data, the right label data, and it's all about interpretation of data. These are the two facets of a good AI data science methodology. So how do you think that the youth here, along with the population India is not yet or been able to seize, can this act as a proliferation to AI embracement, especially in India? Do you have any take on this aspect? That may be the mostly the end of the conclusion of our discussion today.
Okay, so what's a very applied part of it for the students here? It is a very competitive era. When we were at school 10-15 years back, it was also competitive, but not with the technology. In an era when you are studying pharmacy, it is very competitive. You'll have to be different, you'll have to be special, and most important thing, you'll have to know your core business. You'll have to know the core subject. Everything is cherry on the top, but you'll have to be that cake. If you don't know the cake, if you don't know the business of your subject, for example, you are specializing into the pharmaceutical chemistry, you can only become a good AI engineer who uses chemistry in pharma only when you know the basic sciences of your subject. That is very important. Second part is, in an era like this, where technology is running faster than mankind, you'll have to understand that tools are now lifestyle tools. For example, having a WhatsApp is now a mandate, right? When WhatsApp came in, I never thought that my father and my grandfather would run it. बहुत comfortably लोग use करते हैं. These are lifestyle tools. For example, for you guys, Gamma.ai, making presentation in 2 minutes, is a necessity. For our fellow researchers and faculty members, using Napkin.ai, where you use stats and everything to plot in the graphical format, right? We need to understand that tools are a must, and we should focus so that students and faculty both scale together. It should not be that we expect only the students to scale. Faculties have to scale at a larger pace. They should know the at least use case of all these smart softwares so that we build up good generation. And multidisciplinary is an important skill that one will have to understand. Why should one hire you? That answer has to come from you. If at all you are a pharmacy student, can you also contribute into a different skill? So it is very important to have two skills. One, basic skills of what you've studied here, and one social skill. And I call this technical skills as social skill. I can say that, if you hire me, I can also work on Gamma.ai. That means I will be a good clinician, but I can also make good presentation. You hire me, I will also write good papers. I am a good researcher. You need to have that second skill that will make you employable. The problem with unemployability is, what I understand, we all are running with the same skill. The crowd appreciates people who are multi-skills. उसको अलग-अलग शब्दों में कह सकते हैं कि multi-dimensional होना चाहिए. But the second skill is very, very important. You should know to present yourself as a lifestyle skill. People talk about finishing schools. I guess when you are here at an institute like this for next 3-4 years, try to develop your own social skills. Can you communicate what you know? That is very, very important. You put up in Noida, there are hundreds of companies. Can you just print out a good CV of yours and walk to 20 companies and tell that you know this? It is very, very important to understand मुझे आता क्या है और क्या मैं लोगों को बता सकता हूँ कि मुझे क्या आता है. लोग मुझे मेरी पहली नौकरी पर क्यों रखें? इसका जवाब अगर आपके पास नहीं है तो आज से start working on it. Go back, make a just one page profile of yours. लोग 5 पेज की CV नहीं पढ़ते हैं. And always answer yourself कि मेरे क्लास में 5 लोग हैं, एक बड़ी कंपनी आएगी, तो वो कौन बंदा है जो हायर होगा? क्या मैं होऊंगा वो? You'll have to complement this with the tool, technology, और ये आसमान की चीजें नहीं है. ये सब चीजें आप सीख सकते हो. Probably 10-15 days of dedicated work and everything is doable. Yeah, that's my take.
Very true. Everything is doable. And on this take, the last conclusive statement that each of the panelists would say that truly embracement of AI would mean what to you?
I'm very rightly said by Dr. Rao. Many studies, including Oxford, tell us that employability means more of the soft skills, less of the subject knowledge. Particularly when you have a large number of, say, pharmacy graduates. So definitely, I would say all the students here, they should use AI to identify what is their weakness and what is the area in which they can excel. For example, can somebody excel in oral skills, communications, or say computational skills, or paper writing? They can take the help of AI to further first evaluate themselves and then to further sharpen their skills. We are in our university, we are using the help of Mahindra group of institutions, group of industries, where they are teaching our postgraduate students in, say, biotechnology or sciences or engineering how to do the bank transactions. This is a very simple thing. So, my suggestion is that soft skills definitely, sir, they contribute a lot. And my suggestion to all the students here would be use AI to find out which soft skills are required, what is your weakness, what is your expertise, and how to sharpen them. Thank you.
So cognitive intelligence is what the students should aspire by using AI as a powerhouse. Professor Farhan, if you would like to suggest what could be that one-liner which truly means embracement of AI for you?
I think it is a wonderful thing, a wonderful tool, which all must learn in the right way, because learning is the most important thing. Having a wonderful modern car and don't know how to drive it, then it becomes useless. So all of us should learn. This is message not only for students, but also to all the teachers, all the educators, because if we have to educate our students, first we have to educate ourselves, and we have to upgrade our knowledge, maybe through faculty development programs, through attending online sessions. So this is the future, and you cannot run away from this. So all the students should keep up to date with the developments taking place in the field of pharma. Although maybe it is about softwares, maybe it's about AI platforms, maybe it's about machine learning. You have to make yourself up to date.
Thank you, sir. Learning and growth and continuous learning is what embracement of AI would be. And lastly, Dr. Rahul, your take on true embracement of AI.
I've been asked to just speak one line. So AI would replace people who do not know AI. So that's my message for the day. Again, I'll repeat that. AI will replace people who do not know AI. So better learn AI. Thank you.
Self-evolution is what embracement of AI is. So just to end the note, we under the leadership and visionary guidance of Dr. Vandana Arora Sethi ma'am, we have taken up under the AI Pragya, it's a project under the UP government, which has been initiated under the guidance of our Chief Minister. So Lloyd is the official partner of 1 million for 1 billion association, which is a UN organization where we are working with the UP government, where our students of management who are well equipped in AI, machine learning, artificial intelligence, generative AI, is giving workshops through Ernst & Young, IBM Skills empowerment to girls and boys, right from the school to even polytechnics. We are training these students, and so far we've touched in the last 2 months almost 3,000 plus students online and offline. If this is the virtue of embracement of AI, we already at Lloyd are on the way and the pavement to craft a new embracement of AI that is through youth. And on this note, we will end the session today, and thank you all the leaders and speakers, because your knowledge and expertise vibrates into the minds of the youth who's sitting here. So thank you for creating those vibrations, and thank you so much for being here. Thank you, audience and the delegates, for being a part of this. And we move on from the session now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everybody. May I now request Dr. Chitra to felicitate our panelist, Professor Arunanda. May we have a round of applause, please, everybody. We would request ma'am to felicitate Professor Faranjalis. I would like to felicitate Dr. Rahul Singh Amritsar. I would also like to felicitate the moderator of the session, Dr. Neetu Kamra. May we have a round of applause, please, for the wonderful session. Thank you so much, everyone. We request all the dignitaries for a group photograph, please. Thank Thank you once again. Thank you so much, everybody. Now, starting with plenary session 2, algorithm alchemy, turning data into dosage forms where human intuition meets machine precision. We delve into the synergy between human creativity and machine intelligence. AI transforms massive data sets into actionable insights, helping design dosage forms with unprecedented accuracy. It's where data science becomes an art, merging intuition, innovation, and algorithm excellence. So to tell us about this session, I would like to invite Dr. K. Trideva Sastry, Assistant Professor, Department of Pharmaceutics, JSS College of Pharmaceutics, JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research, Mysuru. This session will be chaired by Professor Harvinder Popli, former Dean Research, Innovation and International Affairs, DIPSRU, and co-chaired by Dr. Jay Prakash, Senior Principal Scientific Officer, Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. We're just waiting for the stage to set. Now, may I request the speaker, chair and co-chair to please come on stage? May I request the speaker, chair and co-chair to please come on stage? May I now request Mr. Rajiv Kumar, Dean Academics, Lloyd School of Pharmacy, to welcome Dr. K. Trideva Sastry. Can we have a round of applause, everybody? We would request Sir to please welcome Professor Harvinder Popli. We would like to welcome Dr. Jay Prakash. Can we have a round of applause, please? Thank you, sir. The session chair, Professor Harvinder Popli, is a distinguished academician and industry leader with over 35 years of experience in pharmaceuticals. She began with teaching and research at the College of Pharmacy, Government of NCT Delhi in 1991 and later transitioned to Ranbaxy Laboratories in 2000. Her expertise led her to establish Xantria Pharmaceutica Private Limited. Dr. Popli has demonstrated exceptional leadership by mentoring over 30 startups and facilitating the successful launch of 14 innovative products. During her academic career, Professor Popli served as the Dean of Research and Innovation and Dean of International Affairs for almost 6 years. The session co-chair, Dr. Jay Prakash, is the Senior Principal Scientific Officer and Officer in Charge, National Coordination Center for Pharmacovigilance, Program of India at Indian Pharmaceutical Commission, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. He has overall more than 20 years of experience in the area of teaching, research, pharmacovigilance, pharmacopoeia, and formulary science. He was the temporary advisor expert for WHO's expert committees, Geneva, Switzerland. Sir is the recipient of Ms. Geeta Mittal Medal for basic research in the field of oncology. So a very warm welcome to all of you. I would now request the session chair to please introduce the speaker of the session.
Thank you so much, and I'm thankful to the organizer for inviting me and giving me a pleasure of chairing this session. So now the speaker is Dr. K. Trideva Sastry. He's the Assistant Professor, Department of Pharmaceutics, GSS College of Pharmaceutics, GSS Academy of Education in Mysore. Dr. Sastry research explores into nanotechnological aided drug carrier systems and the generic intricacies of the autoimmune conditions. He's involved in the design of nucleic acid, small molecule delivery systems, and exosome-mediated carriers for CNS and oncology applications. His area of expertise is nanocarrier, systems for nucleic acid delivery, and computational models to the design and optimization of drug delivery system. So I think we are all very excited to have this plenary session, although it has coincided with the lunchtime, but nevertheless I see the excitement still in the hall, and he'll be speaking on algorithmic alchemy, turning data into dosage form, where human intuition meets machine precision, and that's the core and the heart of a pharmaceutical industry. So over to Dr. Keith Redeva.
Thank you, ma'am. We can start the session, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Murli, ma'am. Respected Harvinder Pokriji, Dr. J. Prakash, dignitaries, management of Lloyd, dear students, rather I would say the future of pharma. A very good afternoon. I know it is a bit critical to deliver a lecture just coinciding with lunch, but I assure you, you will not be disappointed. Okay. So a few days back, Dr. Chitra ma'am had called me and said we are organizing this conference on AI, and we would like to have you on it. So I was ready on the spot and then said, okay, ma'am, what sort of talk you would like me to give? And she said, opportunity is all yours, you take a call. So usually when option is given to us, it's quite difficult to pinpoint what are we supposed to deliver on. So I was just thinking, and as I was having a discussion, so let us try to understand how human intuition can be married with machine precision, where how algorithmic alchemy, that is how an algorithm can turn magics of the data that you have, or where you're sitting with a lot of data, that you have, how to make something meaning out of your data. So yes, I come from Mysore, and I bring warm greetings from the city of Mysore, that is the cultural capital. I do my duties to acknowledge the Department of Pharmaceutics where I come from. So I would just like to start very briefly. A couple of days back, I had a few discussions or interactions with a few of my students, where they had come and they said, "Sir, what is going on in the world where everybody is talking about AI? Where do we stand?" Or there's a lot of perplexity that goes on. And even on a lighter note, these days my dad keeps sending messages saying that AI is going to replace doctors, AI is going to replace scientists. So what are you doing? So now when I look at it, I try to understand where we stand today. So let me just give a very brief survey which was published just 1 month back, that how AI is perceived. So it is more like a perception. So if we just observe, most of the people, so we see that, okay, there's a lot of AI that is going on. But if you see, there is only 34% of people across the world only knows about AI. So if we say still there is a lot of population that needs to populate, where understanding how artificial intelligence is really going to happen. And then if you see, there are 34% people who are more concerned than compared to excited. And then 42% of them are, they're neutral kind of. So if you just see, only 16% of people are actually excited. So if we see that the kind of negative perception that is going on with artificial intelligence is somehow, we don't understand how that really is going on. So then, if you see, even India is part of this particular survey which was conducted. And if we see, compared to United States, where 50% of the population were concerned, whereas our India only has 19% of people who are actually concerned about artificial intelligence. So somewhere, thanks to the communities where we are trying to able to tell that artificial intelligence is not something that you really need to be concerned about. Then compared to, yes, India is a young nation, so compared to other nations, we have much younger population, thanks to it. And then if we see, compared to other, but somehow there is a contradictory in this particular survey. As we see, how much of people heard or read about AI? We again have only 14%. So somewhere we need to have a balance and understand how AI can make more meaning to the research community. So now I give all the happenings to two different ways, or when we look into the psychology of humans. If I give anything new topic to you, so there is an immediate denial to accept it. I say, okay, this is something I don't know, I'm not sure about. And then there is a second group of people who just say, it's just hype, it's just share down in coming days. So when we see, we don't really try to understand the importance. We try to either completely deny it or we just ignore it. So there are like just two kind of understandings that come. So when we look at it, let me begin this presentation with this question, and I leave you to judge where do we stand today towards the end of this presentation. So now, strangely, everybody talks about artificial intelligence, but what really is artificial intelligence? If you can trim down to a very one sentence, that over a year of my understanding, that what I have done is, so artificial intelligence is just nothing but a simulation of human intelligence. So I say, computers, can they think like humans? So if they are able to think, or if they are able to simulate what humans are able to think, then definitely artificial intelligence will make more sense. So that is where which it all started. So this, we can just say artificial intelligence is that. Okay. So now, where did this word artificial intelligence really come from? If we just look at it into the literature, there was a conference proposal which was submitted by Professor then McCarthy, to be precise, on September 2nd, 1955, where he submitted a proposal to conduct a summer research program, and then he wanted a title for it. So usually we understand something having very fancy in your proposals will definitely grab a pitch. So with that intention, he actually wanted to write something like computing, but he said computing is too general or too common. Somewhere he said, okay, let us make the word as artificial intelligence. So all of a sudden there is a new word, artificial intelligence, which just grabbed attention, and from there the word artificial intelligence was keep on being used. Now, just look at the happy people. So these were the people who were the actual minds that where this particular summer program was conducted. And then there you see towards the end, Claude Shannon. So everybody is aware of Claude AI. So the word Claude was given in the name of honor of this particular gentleman. And then we have John McCarthy. So this particular summer program has steered more meaningful contribution to artificial intelligence. Now, let me just try to highlight some of the key moments that has happened in artificial intelligence. So when do you think the actual word of artificial intelligence would have come to the picture? Or when you, any wild guess? So it started, you'd be surprised, it started somewhere in 1617, where the word, so this particular gentleman is basically Descartes. So I think he's quite a well-known scientist. So philosophically, so he coined the word Bechdel machine, which strips down to English saying that, so somewhere he envisioned the idea that machines could be used to imitate humans. So if we just observe, it was somewhere back in then. And then again in 1842, Ada Lovelace, I think everybody knows, she was a analytical compute, and then she was working with Charles Babbage in developing, and then somewhere over there, she has envisioned that machines could be used to develop complex calculations and all. And then again, 1949, Alan Turing. Everybody understands that what sort of test he has. So we can test that whether a machine is able to imitate humans or not. And then coming back to 1956, Dartmouth Conference, so where the word artificial intelligence has officially come up. And then we have 1957, where first neural network algorithm was developed, Rosenbach perception. And then in 1982 and 1985, there was a lot of work that was going on in terms of machine learning and neural networks. So these two, 1982-85, Hopefield and Hilton Boltzmann both have received the Nobel Prizes for their work. And then followed by, in terms of development, around 1997, IBM Deep Blue was developed, and it was able to overcome or defeat the then chess champion. So this was one thing. And then in 2012, we have DeepMind, where it was able to defeat the Go champion. So now how we started with the presentation, where we said, okay, can machines really imitate humans, or can machines really think like humans? So now when we come out at 2012, it is not about it is able to think, but it is able to think better and defeat personalities like chess champions and Go champions. It was not easy. So here I would like to quote that Ada Lovelace had given a wonderful quote saying that the analytical engine might compose elaborate and scientific pieces of music of any degree of complexity. So if you just look at the statement, so how thoughtful it was, and somewhere she was able to envision that ChatGPT could happen somewhere near. So that's what the kind of visionary contributions that has happened to artificial intelligence. So again, coming back to my question, so we all started saying that, okay, artificial intelligence is able to imitate humans in 2012. Then why all of a sudden, last 2 years, there is so much of hype about artificial intelligence? So we have seen that by 2012, we were able to achieve that, we were able to overcome or have a human intelligence inbuilt into the machine learning. But somewhere in 2017, there was a wonderful paper which was published saying that attention is what you need, which was able to change the complete way how neural networks work. So it has completely reduced the redundancy. So something what you call a transformer architect. So this had changed the complete way that how machine learning or your algorithms work. So ChatGPT, the T stands for transformer. So all the AI models that you are using these days are basically built on this model. Provided if this was not there, maybe AI wouldn't have happened that high, that how it is being happening now. So basically what it says is it is able to cut short the redundancy that is happening in the algorithm, so that you are able to perceive things in a much lesser time. So you are able to get a lot of data perceived with less time, unlike the earlier days. So to this particular, so if we say what has transformer changed, so it was able to scale the algorithms, it was able to make much better backbone, and then it gave a feasibility of pre-training and also fine-tuning. But we didn't stop with that. Again, back in 2020, there was a paper published by OpenAI which talked about few short learners. So this particular paper highlighted how artificial intelligence can be used for prompting. So this whole prompt engineering that you keep hearing about is something this. So your data or your algorithm is able to give you better answers without getting trained. So with your prompting, you can make things more meaningful. So this paper has highlighted that particular part, and then followed by now there is one challenge with this is there is a lot of noise that gets generated in the data. So the meaning gets lost. So somewhere in 2022, we have one more paper that was published that's called Instruct GPT. So this had focused on reinforcement learning from human feedback. So boom, you have your ChatGPT that has come from 2022, 2023. So from there, so all these papers, so if you just look at it, so though we had artificial intelligence or talking about artificial intelligence from 16, 17, we were able to achieve the maximum use of it in this particular year. After that is from 2017 to 22 because of these three papers that we mentioned in this particular slides. So now if you just look at it, how I define artificial intelligence is, your artificial intelligence is your destination, your machine learning is the path to your destination. So if we want artificial intelligence to work, you want proper more algorithms that can make you reach to your artificial intelligence. This is my way of defining how artificial intelligence could be used. So now coming back to, as a researcher, I stand here. So how is this? So usually I'm a selfish person. So I would like to see how this particular thing would be more useful to me, because I never learned algorithm or I never learned machine learning. So what is all this all about? So let me just try to understand how I can really make this artificial intelligence useful to me, or how this artificial intelligence can make my research or our research in a much better way or more precise way. So when we look at to define research, I think you can say that research is something where you can generate new knowledge or more meaningful knowledge. So now when we look at how this whole cycle of research goes is, so you observe something or you try to know what it is. There's a question that gets generated, and then you generate an hypothesis where you test it, and then you develop certain methodologies to test your hypothesis, and then you try to collect the data, understand how data is being used, and then you try to perceive the results out of it, and then you make a conclusion, and then this cycle goes on until you make some really meaningful thing. So now here, point of interest for me is data. There's a lot of data that is getting generated. I do a lot of experimentation until I don't make a meaningful a meaning out of the data that I have that lies in my desk or that lies in my system. I really don't see any use of it conducting experiments. So now how do I do that? So that is where the whole concept of optimization comes. I think I'll not get into the details of optimization. I think we all are aware what is optimization, how you use different critical quality attributes and then use different factors and then play about it to optimize your result or to optimize your understanding of a result. So when again I look at optimization, so how did it all start? So initially, before you have all this fancy DOE, RSM, and then design space, etc., we used to simply do something called as one factor at time. So which is basically called OF80, and then we have different heuristics. But somehow this is not scientifically not that welcoming. So you have a lot of missed interactions that happen in your data. So you are not able to get some meaning out of it. So next we have something where the shift has happened, where you have DOE, where you have RSM, where you have design space. So in this particular, these all feedbacks, you are able to understand how the data or how your different critical attributes can be played about by changing different values and get some understanding or have more optimized parameters for your study. Now, let me try to give an analogy to understand how this particular data works. Suppose I take and I place someone on an island which he or she has not explored at any point of time, and then he or she is allowed to explore the island. So if he is able to walk on feet, the amount that he is able to cover and gather the information is very less. Suppose I give him some motorbike or something, he's able to cover a little more data. If I give him some fancy sport, he's able to move little better. But what happens is when we talk about this DOE, RSM, or these design space, you are only inhibited to one particular island. So you're not able to get a lot of meaning that goes outside your island. So now, how does this AI completely change into this picture? So now if you look at an AI works something like a satellite feed or something like a drone. So you are not anymore standing, you're trying to get bigger picture of your data that is lying in your island. So you are trying to connect. So something you can say that what it is outside your island or what is there in water. You never have explored, so you don't know what that particular data point will give you meaning to your experiment. So your artificial intelligence is able to do that. So now how artificial intelligence is really going to help me as a formulation scientist. So I'm able to predict better. So I'm able to simulate things. I'm able to design backwards, like I can do reverse engineering. I can say, I want this particle size, what should be my homogenization speed? So I can play vice versa, or I can completely use optimization, or I can do a lot of work with less amount of experiments. So I can finish a lot of data within a very short span of experiments, and also I can have better controlled parameters. So I can define how my data has to behave within this particular. So now, if I look at the formulation, how this particular formulation is getting impacted with artificial intelligence. Let us try to see one by one. I'll be very quick in this particular thing. So when you look at pre-formulation, you're able to reduce, I'll just shrink trial and error. So I'm not anymore trying to do a lot of trial and error. I define my data, I know what to do. So I do 1, 2, 3 experiments, but I have my data. So I don't have to do 12 trials, I don't have to do 100 trials, or I just don't have to beat it up. So I get more meaning with less amount of time. So you have a lot of algorithms that can be used, like artificial neural networks, where you can understand excipient compatibility, you can understand polymorphs. All this data can be used to get more meaning. So next, when we look at pre-formulation, so you are able to design your experimentation condition with more precision. So you are no more doing like 100 types of homogenization techniques. You're just sticking to one. So, or maybe I have 1, 2, 3 kind of homogenization techniques. I can go for one homogenization technique, which gives me more meaning. And then another interesting thing that really is going on in the case of artificial intelligence is something called as digital twin. So anybody has heard about digital twin? So when we say digital twin, I'll not get into the technicalities, I'll keep it very simple for you to understand. It's something like a flight simulator. So now I'm not driving or I'm not flying a plane, but I'm sitting in a simulator and trying to understand how a plane works. I optimize my conditions and then I go for, and then this particular optimization is happening in real time. So this will help us to design our pharma product chain line in much more optimized way. And then other interesting thing that happens is operations. That is, once you have developed, you have done your pre-formulation, you have done formulation, and then you have done manufacturing. Now, how do you do operations? So something called as Pharma 5.0. So now, interestingly, you are able to see that Pharma 5.0 is going to have a compound annual growth rate of 24.6%, which is being forecasted between 2025 to 2034, and then also the regulatory aspects are getting too dynamic, and then somewhere in the beginning of the year we have FDA also giving certain guidelines to understand what would be the impact of artificial intelligence. So we have more validations that are coming into. See, all this is pharma may not have seen that much growth in artificial intelligence because we don't know how to validate artificial intelligence. But somewhere now we are able to validate how artificial intelligence, and FDA has given certain guidelines this year. And then I'm pretty sure in coming days we'll be having much better validation techniques. And then I would just like to discuss 2 case studies over here. So one which was recently published, Sanofi had used Bayesian optimization and machine learning to understand how vaccine formulation development is happening. So what did they do? They just try to understand two different techniques. One is liquid and then one is so one is liquid virus and one they have taken freeze-dried virus. So both, and then they try to use extra trees and then they try to use XGBoost models to understand the residual serum album. And then also they try to understand the glass transition temperature. So they got better optimization techniques. And then one more case study I would like to, so this is my point of interest where I am working. So they were able to design an ionizable lipids for mRNA delivery. So if we know or understand about ionizable lipids, pKa plays a quite important role for understanding how or where your particular lipid gets ionized. So they try to use two different techniques. So they try to use pKa and understand how or what would be the apparent pKa where they would be getting better results, and then they used further to optimize the pKa parameters and get more meaning out of it, and they were able to reduce the number of uncertainties that happens with this particular structure. So now here I will quickly take you through maybe some 4 to 5 slides where I have tried to short down what are the developments that are happening in pharma industry. So recently, last month, you would have seen that Lilly has partnered with NVIDIA, where they are building a supercomputer so that they can get clinical trials on much faster. So now you understand clinical pain point, because you need to have accelerated clinical trials to get your molecules into the market. So that is where companies make money. So supercomputers would be the next thing in terms of, and then Lilly is front forwarding this particular. And then similarly, you have artificial intelligence where you say that around 350 to 400 photon billion is to be generated, and then you have, and every company is spending around 3 billion in terms of artificial intelligence. And if we see around 2032, it is predicted to have around 12.8 billion US dollars that would be generated. And then 2 success case studies. I think one, we know AlphaFold, that has really changed the way things have gone. And then this is a very interesting takeover that has happened. Takeda is basically a Japan-based company, and it had recently acquired Nimbus Therapeutics, which is based in US, where they have taken for $4 billion, where Nimbus was able to optimize a drug for psoriasis within 6 months, where usually it takes 3 to 6 years in the market. So, and Takeda has taken over this particular company, Nimbus, and then it tried to understand how we can develop on this more. And then similarly, your McKinsey has given a report where it talks about how generative AI is going to change the complete artificial intelligence in terms of your pharma market. And then you can see there is 50 to 28% in terms of $1 billion in R&D that has been changing. And then you have around 18 to 30%. So you have across all fields in terms of clinical development, everywhere you have generative AI that is going to come. And then if we just look at it, there is a very recent report that was published by CB Insights, where they had given the pharma AI how they are around top 50 companies which have are which leading in terms of artificial intelligence. And then you see Lilly is leading, and then followed by you have Merck and then other companies. So you can just see that AI can generate around 350 billion of annual value. And then these are some of the interesting startups that are coming in terms of artificial intelligence. And then if you see all these companies, maybe tomorrow they would be $1 billion bet. So they are just venturing into artificial intelligence. And most of the cases they are trying to have in terms of how they can reduce the clinical trials. So that is one major thing. And then these are to put up briefly the different companies that are really working on Schrodinger and then in silico medicine. All these companies are able to do that. And then you can see different companies that are partnering with artificial intelligence and then how the kind of revenue that is getting generated. So if you just see right from Lilly to, you have BioNTech. So now, yes, definitely there are challenges when we talk about artificial intelligence, but no challenge cannot be overturned. I feel every challenge should be an opportunity. So, so we can use different techniques to overcome the challenge. So I don't think challenges would really be a concern. And then towards the end, I would just like to conclude saying that it is always human and AI, not human versus AI. So it is more like AI won't be replacing, rightly said before in the panel. So AI won't replace you, but someone using AI would replace you. So it is high time that we design with it, not against it. So let's not be ignorant, or let's not just say that this is some kind of hype that is going to. So it is something serious. So that is why I try to place all the factors that are there in terms of the companies that are going on. So we just know that Pharma has not taken AI very. I mean, they have taken it quite seriously. So we really need to understand and equip ourselves with understanding how better I can be a researcher using artificial intelligence. So, and here I would just like to say that even government of India is really moving forward in terms of AI. So they have a seminar is going to come up, a summit in terms of February, where they will be having AI Impact Summit, where they are talking, and there is about 10,000 crore investment that has come in terms of artificial intelligence this year. And also we have India AI, the slogan, AI in India, and then make AI work for India. So this is something that our government of India is looking at. Thank you. So all I can say is chance favors the prepared mind. So let's be prepared with artificial intelligence, and definitely you're going to get your opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now request our co-chair, Dr. Jay Prakash, to please conclude the session briefly in 1 or 2 lines.
Good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, I thank Dr. Vandana Arora and my colleague, Dr. Chitra Gupta, for inviting me here and being the part of this important plenary session, sharing the dais with one of my favorite teachers, Professor Harvinder Popli. So I am very grateful to the organizers. And I also thank Dr. Sastri for educating all of us about the role of artificial intelligence, right from the historical part of artificial intelligence to citing many of the examples where pharmaceutical industry are in the process of readiness to use the AI, and the examples of formulations like vaccines where artificial intelligence can be very useful. But still we see many challenges like the validation of the data and training the machine for the proper and the desired results so that we can get the quality output. So as you all know that the output is always based on the input. So if the input is of quality data into the machine, then only you can expect that the output will also be good. And I am sure that it will reduce the time of drug discovery, the the human resources which are involved, and as well as the financial constraints, which will help the scientists and the community to get the access to medicines at a faster pace. And as per my knowledge, this artificial intelligence will not only be useful in development of the formulations, but for handling of the huge safety data of formulations, it will also be of utmost use in future. And we are now looking for the time that our regulatory systems will also be ready to regulate the use of artificial intelligence in our healthcare systems. And here I cite one example that the Health Sciences Authority in Singapore, they are embracing the artificial intelligence in their regulatory system. So the time is not far when artificial intelligence, if used properly, will really be boon to the society, and it will not replace the human being, but it will be a complement to the scientist in the interest of patients. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Professor Potli, chair of the session, to please sum up the session briefly.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think it was really wonderful. I would like to congratulate Dr. Jason for that. So, in nutshell, AI is shaking up the pharma innovations in a big time. From you mentioned from speeding up drug discovery and to also the formulation processing parameter, and I think very beautifully there are certain your slides have so much of data, but I would like to emphasize for the benefit of the students that you mentioned about that it's helping in drug discovery. So one of the real time study is that DeepMind's AlphaFold. So AlphaFold accurately predicted 3D structures. So from there you could actually fast track the diseases like cystic fibrosis drugs. If you talk about the clinical trials, you are also given the example of the bears. So they use the AI technology to match the the patient's protocol. So they reduce the clinical trial timelines to almost 30%. If you talk about manufacturing and quality, Pfizer is actually using it, and they deployed all the machine learning models and other models, to for the vaccine production lines, which we have seen through the COVID time, flagging the anomalies instantly, and then looking into it. So and repurposing. I think repurposing the AI is playing a major role because in the repurposing of the drug, you already have a toxicology data. And now you wanted to see that, rather than to rediscover, if you are repurposing a new molecule, basically, that is very important. And being a formulation scientist, I see that, when we talk about this optimizations and all other models, the most important thing is the TPP. We all talk about the target product profile. So when we talk about this TPP, it again is so very important that, there are you look into the desired dosage form, dose, route, stability, patient needs, and also the regulatory one. So in all these factors, the basically the AI has got main of the role. And not only, just defining the TPP, after like 5 years, once you have made this formulation, now there are another challenges coming that TPP is need to be revised, and you have some other priorities because you have more data. So the AI helps you to, when there are more research or there are more data when there is there, to revise this TPP, post approval, it helps to the scale up validation. So these machine learning models, is definitely helping for the scaling efficiency. And you have rightly pointed out that, there is also example you have given is the scenario simulations, basically. So in the scenario, like the Bayesian optimizations, which you have mentioned, in your slides, basically there is a prediction of a probability of a regulatory and also the impact on bioavailability, manufacturing. So even, going beyond this optimizations, so which is the TPP is important. whether you should have a better disintegration time, you have a, the better bioavailability, or, what is important for that. So that is very easy to predict, before even doing this, say a clinical trial. So I would like to just mention and conclude that, some of the big pharma and big companies, they are already, I mean, basically in some way or other, it's been using. But definitely, I think in our everyday's life, academicians and researchers, they also need to imbibe, because what industry has been doing, basically, it also starts in academia. So they have seen that there is a need, but I think finally in a regulatory and in the clinical, when we see the impact of it, definitely, we will see that academicians and researchers, they'll make it as a part of their, day-to-day research. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I now request the chair and co-chair to felicitate Dr. K. Deva Sastry.
I'd like also to say that, as you all are aware, the PCI has changed the syllabus of BPharm, and probably every semester you have an AI paper which is made compulsory. So maybe in no time, even our pharmacy graduates would be AI ready. So it is a lot of effort that is being done from multiple aspects. So I think we have better things that will be coming in ahead times. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can we have a round of applause, please? May I request Vandana ma'am to felicitate our chair and co-chair? Can we have a round of applause? Can we have a round of applause, please? Request everyone for a group photograph. We now request our dignitaries to proceed for lunch through gate number 2. The delegates have to please wait till the dignitaries leave. Delegates, please remain seated. Okay, delegates, the lunch has been arranged in campus lawn. We shall meet again exactly in 30 minutes at sharp 3:15 for plenary session 3. You may exit through gate number 1, 3 or 4. We will meet